never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Monday coming on. We'll close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Rolling into the 23rd day of August. Yep, that's a Monday. And here we go. Josh is actively double checking if everything's up and running correctly. I see the listeners are coming on as normal. The stream is working. Stream chat, that is. The YouTube, Facebook appears to be working. Just double checking here. All right, so hope you had a good weekend once again. All right, so Henri, right about, a little over 12 hours ago, finally officially coming ashore in Rhode Island. It had weakened just a bit before coming ashore, but it's been dropping rain, copious amounts of rain. We've got flooding concerns there in the Northeast tonight. Right now, the heaviest rains are over eastern Pennsylvania. Zoom in a little bit here. I mean, you're pretty much socked in the rainfall, some heavy rain from Towanda to Scranton to Stroudsburg to Allentown, that zone along I-80 between Stroudsburg and over towards Sunbury. Some really heavy rainfall, and in that region, rains all the way down through Harrisburg, Reading, Lancaster, beginning to move into northern portions of Maryland. Around the circulation of Henri, it's all moving from north to south as far as the precip is concerned, and that trend is supposed to continue through the overnight hours. At the time of landfall, they had Henri had maximum sustained winds of 60 miles per hour. And, of course, late Sunday afternoon, more than 115,000 customers without power in the Northeast, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, 75,000 in Rhode Island alone, out of a total of 502,000 customers in that state. Some vacationers in Charlestown, Rhode Island, left in a bit of a predicament this past day as the storm rolled in, leaving them without power. Ellen Scully tells AccuWeather that the power in her vacation home had gone out as Henri made its way into the coast. Kind of crazy. The house was shaking. We're doing a lot of reading, I guess. We'll go to bed early because it's going to be dark. And that's the case, yeah. We had a travel ban that was implemented by the Connecticut governor along Interstate 95 for all empty tractor trailers, tandem tractor trailers, and motorcycles. That started at 11 a.m. Sunday morning. That ban has since been lifted early Sunday evening. Trees, power lines toppled in parts of New England. Officials reminding residents stay home, avoid downed power lines. In New Jersey, officials had to rescue 86 individuals with significant flooding. According to the Associated Press, parts of that state had already experienced half a foot of rain as of Sunday afternoon. Video out of Englishtown, New Jersey, a line of cars driving straight through a flooded street before a vehicle eventually stalls, becoming stranded. Henri also ruined many plans for a day at the ballpark as the Red Sox announced they were pushing their weekend home game against the Rangers back to later on Monday, today. Also, the series finale between the Yankees and the Minnesota Twins is rescheduled. That game will not be played till August the 13th due to the forecast for Henri's track. Now, AccuWeather's revised their estimate of total damage and economic losses from Henri. It could be between $6 and $8 billion. Now, that's down from what was initially $8 to $12 billion in anticipated damage. The good news was the storm weakened a bit before actually coming ashore. We are pleased that Henri did not result in greater losses, but we do urge people in the Northeast remain vigilant of inland flooding risks on into the day today, Monday. Please adhere to the advisories from the state, local, and emergency management officials there. All right, so yeah, that's mostly what we're seeing now is flash flooding issues there in the Northeast. Meanwhile, we do have a cluster of storms back in the heart of the country. There is an area, it's not rather large as far as the scope of coverage, but right there along the Nebraska-Kansas line, south central Nebraska and north central Kansas. Some of these prompting severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour, and yes, torrential rains in that little pocket of thunderstorms. Meanwhile, what happened in Tennessee over the weekend? As we wrapped up the work week, I don't recall seeing any forecast. I mean, we knew there could be some stronger thunderstorms in the central states where we had that frontal boundary that had stalled out through the week last week. But I don't think anyone in the forecasting business saw coming what unfolded in Middle Tennessee, where the death toll continues to rise. Last number I saw confirmed 22 dead, and still others missing as through the day Sunday rescue efforts and cleanup continued. they're describing this as a historic rainfall event that unfolded on Saturday. Yeah, again, 22 dead confirmed, dozens remain missing, according to the Tennessean. Hundreds of homes are uninhabitable. This was an intense, relentless downpour that persisted through much of the day Saturday. Homes destroyed, roads washed out. The heavy rain started falling early Saturday in Humphreys County, which includes cities like McEwen and Waverly. It was that part of the county where the National Weather Service issued a rare flash flood emergency. One of the worst hit areas was Waverly, home to about 4,500 people, about 75 miles west of Nashville. Business owner Kansas Klein said it was just amazing how quick and devastating the flooding came and went. His business is a pizza business. The business is still there, but rendered a total loss by the floodwaters. Yeah, the floodwaters got 7 feet deep inside the building. Devastation. Buildings knocked down. Half of them destroyed. Yeah, people were pulling out bodies of people who had drowned and didn't make it out. Those downpours persisted through the day into Saturday night. The rain finally subsiding in Middle Tennessee about the midnight hour. So right about 24 hours ago. These slow-moving downpours, it was a blocking pattern in the atmosphere. You had high pressure centered over Texas, low pressure over the mid-Atlantic, and those two features allowed these storms to just kind of become stagnant right there over Tennessee. Now, there was plenty of moisture in the air being ushered northward out of the Gulf of Mexico as the torrential rain continued through the day Saturday. The Piney River at Vernon, Tennessee, hit 31.8 feet, shattering the previous all-time record by 12 feet, if you could imagine that. I mean, we're talking 7 feet above major flood stage. Roads and highways throughout Humphreys County turned into rubble as large portions of asphalt were washed away, which is making rescue efforts even more difficult for crews searching for any missing people. As of Sunday morning, the river levels had fallen. The floodwaters were beginning to recede as the rescuers continued their search through the debris left behind. The Tennessee National Guard was deployed to help with rescue efforts and assist those reeling as a result of the flooding. If you could imagine, a staggering 17.02 inches of rainfall fell in McEwen, Tennessee. That's likely breaking the all-time 24-hour rainfall record there in the state of Tennessee, according to the National Weather Service. They're in Nashville. Elsewhere, the city of Dixon, Tennessee, a location just north of Centerville, picked up nearly 10 inches of rain. Of course, the weather conditions remained dry for the remainder of the day Sunday, and looks like you'll continue dry through the day Monday and Tuesday, but it's going to be hot, very hot and humid, as the crews continue to search for the additional missing persons. They're in Middle Tennessee, but 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Looking at some of the numbers from the Weather Channel. It was early Sunday, the death toll was 10. There were 12 additional deaths recorded in Humphreys County on Sunday. Again, 10 were confirmed on Saturday night. Here's the concerning part. The number of missing is now still estimated at about 50 people. The hardest hit area, about 40 miles west of Nashville. From children to the elderly is what the deceased is ranging from, according to the sheriff there. The state of Tennessee activated the Emergency Operations Center on Sunday morning. At least 100 homes, 25 businesses had been searched as of 10 a.m. Sunday. But just a devastating picture of loss, heartbreak to one of our Tennessee communities. According to the governor, there are multiple bridges and roadways remained closed in the area, and thousands of customers without power. Yeah, the flooding from torrential rain, trapping people in their homes, closing the highways, multiple water rescues all the way back into Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon, officials described what was dire circumstances in Humphreys County. People are trapped in their homes. They have no way to get out. Water is up to their necks. According to a meteorologist at the National Weather Service there in Nashville. So again, deploying National Guard soldiers and airmen to the area. And 3 helicopter aquatic rescue teams were brought in, as well as swift water rescue teams from the Nashville area, all sent in to assist. Again, when you're talking 15 to 17 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, I mean, those are numbers that would be like 25% of the rain you'd pick up an entire year rather than just one day. So again, clear conditions tonight, but the damage has already been done. Prayers for those caught up in the devastation there. And again, it appears it's almost inevitable. The death toll will go higher based on the sheer number that are missing there in Tennessee. All right, underway on a Monday. Let me flip over. Who's checking in here out of the box this morning? Hello, Colton. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, Todd checking in. Everybody have a great week. Be safe out there. Captain Ron is on board this morning. Rodney is checking in from Nebraska this morning, a muggy morning. Hello to Hillbilly Tex. Got you on board here. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 79 degrees. Hello to Steve and everybody. Tapeworm online. Morning, everybody. Here we go. Checking in from Augusta, Kentucky. Hello to Sylvester. He's with us in the land down under. Fat Kid Brody, morning from Indianapolis. Safe trips for the drivers out there. Salt Saker, checking in from Southwest Ohio. Can I just say, after today's 93 degrees, I'm ready to start plowing some snow. No, come on now, don't push that on us. Y'all stay safe and keep on rolling out there. Yes, it was a warm, sunny day. Good pool day, which we had that's what we did, hung out at the pool till I had to hit the hay about 3 in the afternoon so I could get a little rest before tonight's program. But our forecast is going to be we'll meet the criteria of a heat wave this week, because our forecast is temperatures in the lower 90s pretty much all week, Monday through Friday. Dean says it's a beautiful 73 degrees there in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Niagara Falls checking in. Hello to Leonard. Very good. Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan, 66 degrees. Yeah, real good night to be in the company of the smartest callers and radio host out there. Happy Monday. Thank you, Crazy Ray. I appreciate the compliment. A couple more here. Keith, morning, Steve, checking in. 59 degrees where he's at. Lake Murray, South Carolina, checking in. Bill, that would be. All right, Heatwave said Facebook and the Apple app are the ones not working. All right, so more than likely, I've probably got Josh trying to log in here. So I'll take a quick time out and get him in here and let him take a look around what's going on. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com. All right, thank you very much, Josh. Always hate having to call someone at the midnight hour, but it's all up and running. There you go, back at it here. So, let me see. Jacqueline checking in this morning. That's working now. Yep, that was here just a few minutes ago. Thank you very much. Let's see. Hey, Steve Joe checking in from Milton, Florida, where it's 86 degrees. Wow. It's a hot night. I transferred from the R&L corporate terminal in Wilmington. I've got my bid run from Pensacola terminal to Tallahassee and back. Closed on my house this past Friday. How about congratulations? Yeah, yeah, it's a whole different world, especially when old man winter rolls around here in a few months. I think you'll enjoy that Pensacola to Tallahassee run a lot more than running out of Wilmington, Ohio. Hello, Wanda. How you doing this Monday? That's our Georgia Peach checking in there. Pappy's on board. App's working on my end. Good evening. It's a beautiful night. I saw your video of the beautiful moon rising with Jupiter shining bright above the moon. It looks like a full moon. Technically, last night, Saturday night into Sunday morning, was the beautiful blue moon, once in a blue moon. All right, let me see here. Brake check, or it's brake safety week is officially underway. Top industry headline. Started this past day. Goes all week long to next Saturday. Of course, during the brake safety enforcement campaign, inspectors are out there conducting brake system inspections. Yeah, level 4 inspections. Any large truck or buses in the U.S., Canada, Mexico, they're looking for you. Brake Safety Week, part of the CVSA's Operation Air Brake program. In partnership with the Department of Transportation and the FMCSA. Since they've started this program back in 1998, more than 3.4 million brakes have been inspected. During last year's Brake Safety Week, which was about the same time of year, 23rd through the 29th of August, they said 12% of the vehicles inspected were placed out of service for brake-related violations. Thousands of issues. Now, hoses is something they look at. Some drivers say, well, the hose didn't look bad to me. But according to the inspectors, hose chafing violations, I mean, there were nearly 6,700 such violations on those hoses. 88% of the commercial motor vehicles inspected did not have brake-related critical vehicle items. Vehicles that did not have any out-of-service conditions, of course, received their CVSA decal, which is valid for up to 3 months, signifying your vehicle was recently inspected by a certified inspector. No critical inspection items or violations found, but all week long this week, brake safety. They'll be out there. All right, let's get to our calls this morning at 844-844-3388. I don't know who we got. Is that Shaky?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's going on,
How
Shaky?
you doing this morning?
You get to be first out of the box here for the new week.
Oh, no.
That's a good thing.
I just made it back to the Village Bar here in lovely Edinburgh, Indiana.
Edinburgh. Okay. Yeah, you check in every once in a while, and you send me some emails, photos from your neighborhood bar there. Was that like out in your garage or what?
It's my back deck.
Oh, okay. It's close enough.
I think I think my back deck's bigger than my house. But anyway, I heard a monkey gatherer call in, what was it, about a month ago, a few weeks ago, when he went down there to Myrtle Beach and he got all sick.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, we got a little place down there we go to every year, and was it Friday night? My wife, she was feeling bad, and then last night I got the run of the fever, got the chills, and I was like, "Oh Lord!" I was going to call in and ask Monkey Gadger where he went and where he got sick at, so I could avoid that area. But I don't know. I was like, "Oh man, I think I got the COVID or something." But my fever broke about midnight, and I feel all right all day, so I guess I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, in this day and age, you got to wonder if it's COVID. I mean, have you had like the vaccination or no?
No.
No.
I'm not going to do that. I haven't had the flu shot since they come out with it, and I'm thinking, I fight the flu every year, so if I get the vaccination, it'd probably give me the COVID, so if I can't fight it, then I guess I'm in trouble.
Yeah, some people, I mean, it's amazing how some people are affected so devastatingly and others barely have any symptoms or no symptoms at all. It's been that way from the start, so.
Right. And, man, I heard you talking about all that rain down there in Tennessee. I know when we come back, man, them people down in South Carolina, they was cracking me up on the way back because it got to raining pretty hard there a couple times. And they wouldn't turn their headlights on, but by God, they'd turn their flashers on when they'd slow down to 20 mile an hour when it was raining. I was like, what the hell? But, yeah, we got back into Tennessee coming back up to Indiana, and, man, you could look over the bridges and see just how high that water was and how fast it was rushing. I was like, man, they must have had a lot of rain up there. See, we stopped in Gatlinburg on the way down, and it was nice. We had I think it may have sprinkled a time or two, but nothing major. But when we come back, I was like, man, they've got to have a lot of rain in the little time we was gone.
Yeah, I've got an aunt and uncle on the wife's side that live. Yeah, it's not Nashville. It's I forget what the name of when I saw the headlines this past morning, I gave him a call to check on them, make sure everything was okay. And I guess they were maybe 80 miles to the east. It's amazing how they had some decent rain, but nothing like they saw. Yeah, just not that far to the west. They kind of dodged a bullet.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good deal. I can't believe what did you say? There was like 30 people missing?
22 confirmed dead and close to 50, they're saying, still unaccounted for.
Wow.
If you could imagine.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Did you by chance listen to the Bill Cunningham show tonight?
I did not.
He had some woman on there. I want to say Charisse Gabriel. She was I'm not sure where she was from, but
right.
She was.
Yeah,
She had an accent.
I'm familiar with her. She's an immigrant from somewhere in the Middle East, but yes, I guess they were talking about what's going on in Afghanistan and probably the fact that you can bank on the fact that the Taliban is embedding some of their fighters into these refugees coming to America. Would that be a fair guess?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And not to mention, they got how many Black Hawk helicopters of ours?
Yeah.
They've got the I can't remember the name of it. It's kind of like CODIS, but it's where they can scan your fingerprint and know whether you've worked with the U.S. or not.
The biometrics where they can scan, retinal scans and whatnot, so they can. I mean, they're using that, going door to door, looking for those who worked with the U.S. military, and I think if they find you, you're a goner.
Well, maybe not, because they know there's a certain Afghani what we trained to be military that know how to fly the Blackhawks.
Yeah, was that you last week that suggested maybe they'll find them and force them to fly the copters, or maybe teach them how to fly them? You think?
Exactly. Yeah, you either fly it for us or teach us how to fly it, or we'll get rid of your children.
Yeah, and I'd venture as soon as they divulge their knowledge and teach them how to fly, then they'll probably bump them off, right? It's just.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've learned what we need to learn, so we don't need you no more. So we'll see you. But and with all this stuff going on, how is it that Biden, Harris, and Pelosi has not been charged with treason yet? One, Biden made the call. Now they've got all our secrets, like our night vision. They've got our helicopters and everything else that we left over there. Why didn't Harris or Pelosi invoke the 23rd or 25th Amendment?
Well, there's going to be.
I would think that would all be.
Yeah, this is going to be a long, protracted, scenario. There's already some legislators looking at, and impeachment and all that stuff. So it's going to get ugly, but it'll take some time. But Shaky, we're up to our bottom of the hour. We'll get our news break in here, and we'll bring you all the very latest on what we have out of Afghanistan. It's not getting better, actually. Things were the initial call to U.S. citizens there to shelter in place this time about a week ago. Recall, then the next day they were saying, we got to deal with the Taliban, come on to the airport. And, that was the case for several days. By the time Friday rolled around, the message was once again, do not try to get to the airport in Kabul because the security situation had deteriorated so badly. Could you imagine being stuck in the heart of Afghanistan? Nowhere to go. And realistically, the only area we really have control of is the airport in Kabul. But again, all the latest on that coming up. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. As a result, flash flood watches and warnings are also in effect across the region. And at least 21 people are dead from severe flooding in Middle Tennessee. The Humphreys County Emergency Management Agency says that another 45 people are still missing after the flooding swept through the area on Saturday following record-setting rains. 12 people were confirmed dead in the county seat of Waverly. Officials in the county about 50 miles west of Nashville say that search and rescue operations are still underway. You're listening to USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road. I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's our number. And we've got lines available here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Well, rather sad news to report. Kind of had the feeling when we saw last week that the family of Phil Valentine was asking for a miracle. Phil Valentine, of course, yes, the outspoken conservative radio host out of Nashville, passed away over the weekend, Saturday. That was complications from the COVID. He had come down with the COVID, and, initially he was battling, but he was still on the radio, and he thought he was getting better. But like many do, come down with the pneumonia, which in turn hospitalized him. I spent days, and that's the way pneumonia works. You just can't breathe, and your body gets tired to the point where you have to be put on a ventilator. 61 years old. He's been hospitalized for a month, battling the pneumonia. It was actually late July when his family revealed he was in very serious condition with the COVID pneumonia and other side effects as well. That's the point he was placed on a ventilator. He's one of those hosts who had expressed disagreement with the mask mandates and the vaccine push. He said back last December, "I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I'm just following logic right now in not getting the vaccine currently." What are my odds of getting COVID, he said at the time. Yeah, pretty low. What are my odds of dying of COVID if I did get it? Yeah, I'm doing what everyone should do, and that's my personal health risk assessment. So apparently, I guess he didn't have much as far as underlying issues. He told listeners, if you have underlying issues, you probably need to get it. If you're not at a high risk, then you probably would be safe not getting it. Again, just like so many others, but he lost the battle. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Abbott, who had tested positive last week, has been quarantining in the governor's mansion, and he's tested negative now after just several days quarantining, self-quarantining. He had what he described as very brief, mild bout with the infection last week. All right, he is tested again, negative now for the virus. He's going to continue the quarantine at the recommendation of doctors, and he'll continue to work to open what they call infusion centers for antibody therapy treatment across the state of Texas. Yeah, that's where they're asking people who have had and recovered from COVID to donate blood because your blood would have the antibodies to fight. And for those that are willing to take it, I mean, some don't want it, but yeah, others would like to have kind of an infusion of the antibodies put into their body. All right. He said last week, Tuesday, he had the virus but wasn't experiencing any symptoms. He was taking that Regeneron, is that the name of it, the antibody treatment. It did not give any indications as to when he had contracted the virus. That's another thing. I mean, they're not saying a whole lot about it these days, but as the case has been from the beginning, you've got an incubation period. It could be 7 to 14 days after the exposure before you actually begin to show symptoms. So, people always try to think back, well, where have I been in the last few days? It may have been nearly 2 weeks ago when you came in contact with it and are just now beginning to show symptoms. One other tidbit in regards to that, we were talking about Mississippi late last week. 20,000 students quarantined after the first week of school. Nearly 5,000 testing positive for COVID. And obviously close contacts. I guess if you're in a classroom, those who maybe sat next to you on either side in the class, whatever, that would have been in close enough proximity are all placed in quarantine. Well, we find out over the weekend, here we are just a couple weeks into the school year in Georgia, Atlanta. Over 23,000 students and staff in quarantine in the metro Atlanta area. Now, it's 20,000 in the state of Mississippi, the entire state. Hell, it's 23,000 in the Atlanta metro schools. And they say those numbers are just a fraction of how many students are likely quarantined. There's only a few districts that actually release their quarantine numbers. Each district has their own quarantine protocols, so the numbers are fluid. Of those districts that do not report quarantine staff or students, Fulton County schools are reporting 6,233 students who are either quarantined or have tested positive. Gwinnett County, the largest school district in the state, 2,300 plus students and staff in quarantine. Atlanta Public Schools, over 2,000 students and staff in quarantine. Friday, Lamar County, schools there announced they're shutting down for 2 weeks due to the skyrocketing numbers. They're going to return to the virtual learning until October. So then they give a breakdown of the numbers by district, but that's in the state of Georgia. Now, here in our home 20, my grandchildren, first day of school was this past Friday. They've only been in for 1 day. This will be the first full week of in-person classes. Just got to wonder if we're going to see these numbers like this in schools around the country trending higher and higher. All right, let's get back to our calls here. And what's going on this morning, Sylvester?
What's happening, brother?
Hey there.
So this is using the new phone and phone service. Does it sound any different?
It does sound a bit different. Yes, it sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. Yeah, because actually, it used to be when I would call, I would get a message saying, "Your phone call will be charged on normal overseas rates," or whatever. Right? Didn't say that this time. Totally different coverage. Totally different system. Bill Valentine.
Yes.
Dude.
Wow.
That is, man. I met him 3 times, and he was a top, funny guy. Oh, just quick-witted. And I used to listen to not WTN, but actually I'm pulling up because I've got WTAI or something on as an app. When I was driving back and forth down south in the middle of the night, and I'd listen to Ralph Emery and some of the other guys. And on occasion, I had an opportunity when I was coming down a little bit later to listen to Phil. I was still Uncle Phil. Great guy. And he was always a rational, reasonable, but yet a hardcore conservative.
Yes.
He did a video in response to Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth. He did An Inconsistent Truth, of which I own a signed copy from him. I actually got 2 of them. I gave one to my son as well. And Just what a massive loss for the conservative movement. Just a massive loss. I hate to hear that. Really, I do. I hate to hear that. He had a Mercedes-Benz diesel that he converted and ran off old vegetable oil. And he used to say, if these greenies really want to be green, they need to stop flying around in their private jets and drive something like what I'm driving. And he was consistent. He was. It was funny because he wasn't brought up in a Republican or even a conservative family. His dad was in politics. His dad was a member of the House of Representatives from Eastern North Carolina, where he was a Democrat. So great guy, just huge loss. What it comes down to, though, now is that we have to stand up and stand strong for what is real and what is right. I think that Biden has ensured that there's no way on earth he could be reelected if he makes it that far, which I'm guessing he won't.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that just for the required time when he would have to step into the ring to run for a next term, I think that's when Kamala is going to become the president. And then, of course, who will be our vice president? Scary thought. But what it comes down to is this. We've got to get really, really well organized. We need to make sure that the people understand what was wrong with their policies and what has happened to the country because of those things. To paraphrase Bill Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. We have to figure out that one thing and harp on it over and over and over again so that people realize how destructive that mindset is. Lee Atwater, who was the maestro of George Bush Sr., which he wasn't senior, George Bush the elder, would say, you gotta figure out where they're weak and keep on hitting them there, just like a boxer. And that's exactly what we got to do. We have to stop fighting amongst ourselves. It's kind of like the church. I hear people going on about, well, you believe, that the Sabbath is this day or that day, or this whatever. These little bits of dogma that are in reality aren't that important, and it's going to cause you to lose. I can't remember who it was. The other day said that they voted for Ross Perot. In that election, I was actually working for the George Herbert Walker Bush campaign, and I will tell you, didn't have a lot of positive things to say about Ross Perot, because it was clear that he was doing it just to make sure that George, the senior, was not elected. As a populist, it sounded great to a lot of people. Kind of like Trump, a lot of his messages were very populistic. And a lot of people jumped on that. And what ended up happening is being very detrimental to, I don't want to talk to you, Steve. Wrong Steve, different Steve. Anyway, sorry, I've got another call coming in. So, sorry about that, Steve. And it's funny, his name was Steve. We really have to get a message, stick with that message, and fight for that message. And that message is, and unfortunately, due to the millennials and those who are now able to vote who have no clue about the Constitution, we have to get it down to the most basic of ideas, that what these people are doing is they're taking your money. They're going to continue to take more of your money, because look at what's happening with this trillions and trillions of dollars that are being spent willy-nilly, as they say. And who's going to pay for it? Your children. Your children are going to have to pay, or it's going to be a default. That's what's happening over here. They've locked down the entire Sydney region, right? The company that I work for has made the decision that it will only be click and collect actually not from here on, starting actually today, sorry. And that's in that region. But the thing is that, well, what about all these people that need some of these items and aren't allowed to go get them because they're under curfew?
Mm-hmm.
So they've actually got a curfew now. So I see what's going to happen to the U.S. and I hate it. Absolutely hate it. You've got to fight for it. You've got to get onto social media. You got to get into a social media where you don't get blocked to make your plans, i.e. MeWe and some of the other direct social medias, because you're not going to be able to do it from Facebook. A number of the pages that I operate, people are putting things on there that are truth, that are real, and they're getting knocked down because of fact checking. One of the groups that I belong to actually, again, is down to having to approve every post. And the reason why Facebook does that is because if you then approve the post that is in violation, you are then held responsible for it. If you are held responsible for it, they can shut your page down. The first thing they do was what's called archive it. So they have everything that has been said on there to prove that you're in violation of what they want. And then they bring it back up, maybe, or they'll shut it down. Get ready for it, folks. You need to get off of Facebook. If you want truth, if you want to know what's really going on, listen to this program, buy the products to continue to support this program, Hot Shot Secret, Dean Michael, and all of the other ones that are advertising on here. Buy their products to make sure that this program stays on. And then also get onto some of the social media that you can actually share that information. It's the only way that there will be a survival.
Yep.
Otherwise, you may as well. It will be that last little drip going down into the drain.
I was thinking this past day, Sylvester, I'm a little confused as to, when the time comes, if either Joe resigns or they have to invoke the 25th or whatever, Kamala becomes president, but she gets to choose who she wants for vice president, does she not? And then I think the Senate has to confirm that, don't they?
They have to confirm. Yes, they do. That's exactly what happened with Gerald Ford.
Well, if Kamala right now is the tiebreaker, so if you don't have a tiebreak in the Senate anymore, what happens if you got a 50-50 split in the Senate and Kamala can't break that because she's president?
Wow.
Had you thought about that? That just crossed my mind yesterday. I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah. I think it then has to go to the Supreme Court, but I'm not positive on that. That's an interesting thought. Fascinating, Steve.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because when Ford was elected, remember the Senate was controlled by the Democrats. And he actually was voted like hands down because look, Steve, and this is probably a moot discussion because look at all the rhinos over there that love Kamala Harris that would be happy for her to be. And I'm talking about people like Mitch McConnell. He is so weak. He is such what is less than a rhino? Oh, a Democrat. He's really a Democrat.
Yeah.
I invite people to read Ted Cruz's book about the dealings that went on over there during the Obamacare debate. I'm telling you, it's a sham. And I'm sorry, but the majority of, I'm not going to say all of them, but the majority of Republicans are there for the sake of power and power only. They're just as bad as the Democrats. The majority of Republicans don't give a rat's rump about the Constitution. Look at that woman up there in Vermont. I'm sorry. Yeah, Vermont. What's her name? I don't even know why she calls herself a Republican. Murkowski up there in
Maine,
Alaska.
You got Murkowski, and you've got who's the one in Maine?
Is it Maine? She's in.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. Yeah. It makes me sick. I mean, look at Romney. Seriously, people. Anyway, so in saying all of that, get real constitutional Republicans up there, not GOP Republicans. Republicans that stand up and believe that the Constitution has meaning, that actually it should be actually adhered to, and that our politicians have to be held at a higher standard. We have to get these people back into office. You know what, man? I just hope it's not too late. But anyway, in saying that, be prepared, get educated, get active, and get ready. It's coming. Anyway, I'll talk to you about China next time, man. It's pretty crappy what's going on.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in there, Sylvester, in the land down under. All right, who else we got online here? Yeah, Scott says, oh, man, I'm sorry to hear Phil Valentine passing away. Buster Brown checking in. Blessed work week, Steve. Stay focused. I bet your pool water's about the best it's been all summer. Yes. Yes, it is. If it's warm enough for the princess to actually get in the water rather than just floating on top on a float, the water's nice. Yep. David, morning from Lincoln, Alabama, 73 degrees, still humid out here. Making my way back to Pendergrass, Georgia. Hoping the big moose is doing okay. Still praying for him and his family. Let's see here. Shout out to Kentucky Ken. Yeah, Dave said, Steve, give a shout out to Kentucky Ken. Yeah, retiring after a long, distinguished career in law enforcement. Yeah, got his Class A CDL, and he's soon going to be rolling up and down the highways. Yeah, he did send us a post last week when he actually got his Class A CDL. So thumbs up, tip of the hat, and congratulations to Kentucky Ken. I hope it's all you expect it to be, because it may not be. All right. Then Jim said, Phil Valentine. It was 99.7 WTN out of Nashville. That was kind of like his home base for his syndicated show. All right. We'll get our news update, top of the hour. Rubber Duck got you coming up next. We'll get to Knucklebuster. The Monkey Gouge is on the line, and room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical Storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. As a result, flash flood watches and warnings are also in effect across the region. And at least 21 people are dead from severe flooding in Middle Tennessee. The Humphreys County Emergency Management Agency says that another 45 people are still missing after the flooding swept through the area on Saturday following record-setting rains. 12 people were confirmed dead in the county seat of Waverly. Officials in the county about 50 miles west of Nashville say that search and rescue operations are still underway. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The Giza Dream Sheets are the perfect companion to a MyPillow, the best thing you'll ever put on your bed. Call 1-800-951-8175. Ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special you get, by the way, by using my promo code USA. You can go online also to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. You can save up to 66% on anything in the MyPillow website. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
The governors of several states have made statements over the past week that they would welcome Afghan refugees to their states. 3 Balkan countries, Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, have also offered to take in some of the thousands of refugees fleeing Kabul. Senator Joni Ernst says that the U.S. should also welcome Afghan refugees. The Iowa senator tells ABC's This Week that they need to be fully vetted before arriving in the United States.
Well, we want to welcome those that are fully vetted. That is extremely important that we make sure they are vetted before they touch down on American soil. And that is why it is so important that we continue working with these third country nations, providing them whatever support we can within those countries. And this is where President Biden, unfortunately, has really, he has messed it up. I'll just put it out there. Of course, with our international community, with this haphazard withdrawal, if we had been working with those allies, those partner countries, this would have been a lot easier.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
As the U.S. is set to roll out a third dose of COVID vaccine for anyone who's fully vaccinated, the question of side effects is being raised. Tim Berg reports.
COVID booster shots are going to be available to anyone who is eligible as soon as next month. The CDC and FDA believing the third shot will booster protection as the initial 2 shots begin to wear down over time. Health officials saying a third shot will come 8 months after the second dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. It is recommended that anyone with a compromised immune system get the third shot as soon as possible. As far as any side effects from that booster shot, Dr. Susanna Hills tells USA Radio News.
There's a little bit less information about how this third dose people might respond because it's not something that we've been doing on a widespread basis. I think in general, the common sense answer to that is you can expect similar maybe aches, muscle pain, fever for 24 to 48 hours, because that's what tends to happen when the immune system is ramping up in response to any vaccine.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Pentagon has activated the Civil Reserve Air Fleet to assist with evacuations out of Afghanistan. 6 airlines will provide a total of 18 aircraft that will be used to move U.S. citizens, holders of special immigrant visas, and at-risk Afghans out of the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Round number 2 on a Monday. Couple from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com, by the way. First of all, Tater says, hello, Steve. I just wanted to thank everyone who's been calling and messaging Big Moose. I've literally known this man my entire life. He and my father were best friends from 3rd grade till my dad passed away in 2017. He's always been very gregarious in the life of the party. But now he's truly a broken man. Heart-wrenching to see how he's a completely different person now. I even tried to fire him up with some politics, and he just said, oh, well. Yeah, anybody who knows him knows just how out of character that is. Everything that used to make him happy just seems to make him sad now. Friday, I was telling him my car was acting up. He threw me the keys to his 59 Caddy and said, drive this. I can't bear to look at it. Wow. Yeah, I understand the mourning process, he says, but I am concerned. Keep him in your thoughts and your prayers. Right now, just not the same guy I've known for 38 years, which I guess that's to be expected. Anyway, Tater's headed down to London, enjoying the show. Great to have you with us. And got a message from Billy the Kid. All right, right after that, I just got the after show number from Sweet Pea. Looking forward to chatting with some of the regulars after the show, to which I won't be on there this morning. I typically try to check in after the show, sometimes 6 or 7 a.m., chat for a little bit. I all last week I was singing that tooth I split a month ago. I thought the appointment was for Tuesday. I'm glad I had to go online and fill out all the paperwork and everything and download that. And my appointment's actually 10:45 this morning. So we'll wrap up the program here at 5 a.m. Eastern. I'll lay down for a few hours. And I don't know, maybe I'll give a heads up. I'm not, I've had tooth pulled before, but I've never had to have one actually cut out, as they say, which they're going to have to apparently do with this one. So I don't know what that's going to be like, how much pain I'll be in. So we'll just kind of play it by ear today. And I don't know what, I don't like to use sick days, but just a heads up, I may need to for Monday night, Tuesday morning. All depends on how that goes, but this is going to be a first for me. Hey, good morning, Rubber Duck. What's going on?
Am I second? Like number 2? Like first loser?
Well, you're number 3,
Thank you,
actually.
Sylvester.
Second loser.
Oh, second loser, but hey, number 3 was the greatest.
There you go.
Till Kyle Larson came about. Oh, anyway, so can we were talking about the brake safety week and all that, right?
Yes, sir.
How come states where trucks can only go 65, like Indiana, it's okay for John Q. Public in his 2,500, 3,500, 1,500 to drag his race car trailer, his RV, boat, 80, 90 mile an hour? Nobody inspects their brakes, their tires. Trust me, I tell a lot of them. I've got a guy out right now loading a brand new RV up that's got tire problems, loading it on a trailer. But to me, it's not about commercial vehicle safety. It needs to be about everybody being safe.
Well, I've always heard that those guys that run those NASCAR haulers and whatnot, I mean, those guys are running top-notch equipment, and they take pride. And I don't know, you think there'd actually be any issues
not
with
the
them?
Race car. Not those guys, though. Not the teams.
Okay.
I'm talking just like I had a guy with a Mercedes ML 450 SUV pulling a 20-foot 2-axle closed trailer. You put a car in it, small through a car, probably 2 bikes. It was probably 2 bikes or something like that. Goes by me 80 mile an hour, whipping in and out of traffic like he has got 3 million miles experience. I had a question asked to me today, and I was told that my employer doesn't trust me because I'm not scared when they send me out to go tow a tractor trailer. And I laughed. I said, I'm not scared of that. I said, I'm scared when I get out of the truck. I'm scared when I'm standing on the side of the road.
Yeah.
I said, but I'm more scared of these road runs that you give me when you send me to Nashville or you make me run to Fort Wayne every day through 42 red lights, and of what the other people around me are going to do because there's no enforcement. You said the enforcement started today?
Sunday, yes.
Indiana DOT was the only person. Indiana was the only person I saw, and he had a tow truck from Louisville stopped at the old Seymour Scale House. That was the only thing I saw from Nashville all the way to LaPorte tonight. All the scales were closed. Nothing was open. Nobody sitting in the middle. Nothing. And the rest of the American public does not respect the speed limit. If a police officer used to give you 5, they think they're going to give you 20 now. And I don't think I'm the only person that sees this. I had a good conversation with 3 very nice drivers coming up the road today because there was a double fatal accident in Louisville this morning. A Jeep was broke down on the shoulder of the road. Unfortunately, a tractor trailer hit that, killed 2 people, tossed the Jeep and hit another tractor trailer. That was a 20-mile backup this morning. We went by Fort Knox to just keep moving, to go around it. And it's not needed because everybody is in too much of a hurry. It's not just a E-log that is playing a beat the clock game. The whole world's playing a beat the clock game, and we need to just stop and smell the roses for a little bit. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe it kind of works that way when they do the 72-hour road check. And initially, that first day, there's not a whole hell of a lot going on till midday or after. Maybe they'll fire things up later today and actually be out there in force for Brake Safety Week. But all right. Hey, we're going to get a quick timeout coming up here, 2-minute timeout. I was just looking through some of these storms back as we started the program along the Nebraska-Kansas line. We can continue to see heavy rains from Red Cloud, Nebraska to Holdridge, Nebraska. It's all moving kind of northeasterly. Some of this heavy rain may be pushing through Kearney, Nebraska. Is it Kearney or Kearney? Whichever the case. Pulled up one of the latest flash flood warnings that just came out for that area in south central Nebraska. You got like Furnace County, Harlan County. They're on the central time, so this came out here just in the last 5 minutes. Doppler radar estimates and automated rain gauges indicate thunderstorms had dropped as much as 4 to perhaps 8 inches of rain, including a Mesonet station that measured 7.13 inches 6 miles east-southeast of Oxford, Nebraska. Now, the rain has ended in the warned areas as of midnight Central Time, but any additional rain Monday morning should be minimal. It's possible that this flash flooding will continue for several more hours, particularly near the small creeks and streams there, so yeah, not quite meeting up to what they saw in Tennessee, but yeah, these storms where you're under them are dropping torrential rain, 4 to 8 inches in a few hours' time there. Get back to the calls in just a moment. 2 minutes, that is. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me give you a quick update what we see, what's going on in Kabul. Some of the reports over the weekend, going back to Saturday, kind of a harrowing report from outside the airport there showing the situation has gotten so dangerous, tense, and time-sensitive that even battle-hardened troops have said they've never seen anything like it. Stuart Ramsey reported for Sky News Saturday what he saw in what is now the second weekend of a dash to get out of Afghanistan for Westerners and Afghan nationals. Every day, the scene outside the British evacuation camp changes. Every day it seems to get worse, and this day there is a new sense of desperation, he reported. Collectively, I think the thousands that are lining up outside in burning hot temperatures know that the clock's ticking on how long this airlift is going to go on for. He reported, he admitted, he's found himself growing emotional watching people, thousands of them, line up in hopes that they'll be airlifted out of the country, but most of them will remain, he said. The narrow road that passes the compound, so jammed with people right up to the doors of the entrance that it's now blocked by a couple of shipping containers. It means that there's at least some breathing space for the soldiers to attempt to process people, although it is still chaotic. Beyond the containers and beyond a line of paratroopers behind riot shields, it is quite simply horrendous. Situation at the airport gate is now the epicenter of desperation as more and more people flood to the city's airport every day. On one side of the buffer zone between the chaos and hope for evacuation are U.S. and British troops. On the other side, you've got the Taliban fighters whose acts of reported cruelty are widespread. Everyone else is caught in the middle, he said. He said the situation is utterly horrendous, that these swelling crowds have bunched together. Several have believed to have died in the crowd Saturday morning. I guess you're in this crush of people and you can't get out. What about food? What about water? How many hours can you survive out there? Despite the president's decision to downplay the humanitarian crisis, the situation is challenging members of the military who've served in combat for years, he says. Soldiers who spoke to Ramsey said the situation on Saturday was the worst thing they've ever seen in their entire careers. Americans, Britons, Canadians struggling to break through the line, but some not finding any success. The situation is more perilous for Afghanis who know what fate they face if they remain when the rescue operation ends. British paratroopers and American soldiers trying to evacuate people, many of whom do not have any paperwork to leave the country, but there is no order to this historic airlift. Pandemonium would be the way to describe it. All right, Biden remains defiant in the face of international criticism and bipartisan scorn. Pandemonium outside the airport. And there was one other tidbit where maybe they'll be attempting to do more of this, but this is where things really get dicey. When our troops leave the security of the airport perimeter and actually get out and try to rescue people. American troops made a brief foray outside the airport to help bring 169 Americans into the airport. According to defense spokesman John Kirby, the group of Americans was very close to the perimeter. Very close, and in a short amount of time, with a short amount of distance, some of our troops were able to get out there and bring them in. The original plan was for the Americans to gather themselves up at the Barron Hotel and walk through the Abbey Gate. Okay, then on down, they say that plan failed because they never anticipated the scope of the crowd. There are tens of thousands of Americans and Afghans literally at the gate. Now, this could have been completely avoided if the evacuation was part of the military withdrawal. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Morning, Knucklebuster. How was your weekend?
Absolutely wonderful. Worked my butt off. How about yours?
Oh, well, I didn't work my butt off, that's for sure.
Well, there's no rest for the wicked or weary, whichever way you want to put it there. You know, Johnny Cash put a song out, I Ain't No Good Chain Gang. Brad would have liked that song, talking about being down in Mississippi in prison. The Mississippi State Department of Health issued an alert on Friday ordering any coronavirus positive individual to isolate for at least 10 days or face up to 5 years in prison and or a $5,000 fine. Well, out of that 20,000 students down in Mississippi, my granddaughter is one of them, but she's getting better. I thought about, well, we could just open the show up with Bad Moon Rising by Creedence Clearwater Revival, Blue Moon of Kentucky by Alan Jackson, or How High is the Water by Johnny Cash, but I'll save everybody's ears today. Let's get the bad news out of the way. I want to thank our Heavenly Father for 40-year-old Michael Ford's life here on earth. Please pray for his parents, Don and Peggy Ford. Peggy is battling cancer. Don was my dispatcher for 17 years. Michael was our internet tech guy. He got COVID on July the 26th and died on August the 21st. He had the COVID pneumonia. He didn't get the vaccine because he thought, well, he would be able to survive it. I'm just 40, no major health problem.
Yeah.
So the doctor told Don and Peggy that COVID had damaged his lungs so bad he was never going to recover. I'm glad that everyone in my family got the vaccine that was old enough to get the vaccine. My 10-year-old granddaughter just wasn't old enough. And then we got some more bad news there. Old Tom T. Hall, Harper Valley PTA composer, he was dead at 85.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't think they said exactly what he died from, probably just old age there. You know, he had some great classic country songs. Two of my favorites would be the Watergate Blues and the Monkey That Became President. He wrote them for Tricky Dick and Joe Biden. So I don't know about the Joe Biden part, actually. I don't think he even thought about Joe Biden being president there. You know, Steve, I read last week that if you eat one hot dog, it claims 35 minutes off of your life. I don't know how in the hell they figured that out there. I ate 8 of them last week, so I guess I'm gonna go a lot sooner. I guess I'm gonna go a lot sooner than some of them, right? Let's see. You know who Candace Cameron Brew is?
Cameron, I'm not sure about that.
She's from Fuller House there. But anyway, they asked her daughter what her favorite pick was of her parents there, and she said it's the one that her dad has got his hand across his mama's shoulder and got a hand on her baby bear, and a bunch of people give him hell about that there, but she said he can touch me anytime he wants, and I hope he does. This is what a healthy, good marriage and relationship is all about. I'm sorry it offended you. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm glad we have fun together, so after many years, he can touch me all day. Well, Steve, that's my kind of woman. Treat her like you did when you were dating. Keep the flame going. Reader's Digest said laughter is the best medicine. I think a healthy sex is positive on your life also. Get a glow-in-the-dark condom, and you will have both laughter and sex, Stephen. But, we tried that one time, and I believe that's the hardest I've ever laughed in my life, Steve. So, I don't know. Got a little old boy, Mr. Harvey Sutton. He hiked the entire Appalachian Trail, 2.1 thousand miles in 209 days. And now he's going to start kindergarten there. He hiked it with his parents. What a feat, So, well, that's all my old baloney for right now. I'll call in a little later on, and we'll get some more of it in there. But I wish you could play a song there, play that the monkey that became a president. We might just play that thing for Joe Biden sometime, right?
That would be appropriate, yes. All right, Knuckle Buster, we'll look forward to hearing from you later. All right, as we head toward bottom of the hour news break just ahead here. If you own a Chevrolet Bolt electric vehicle, many of them had previously been recalled. There were a number that had not been recalled. Yeah, they're all recalled now. Recalling about 73,000. It's going to cost them $1 billion to address fire risks. And I guess they're going to sue for reimbursement from the battery supplier, LG. The largest U.S. automaker said the recall covers all remaining Bolt vehicles that had not previously been recalled. Said they will replace defective battery modules in the Chevrolet Volt EVs and EUVs with new modules. They are pursuing commitments from LG for reimbursement of the recall. They had the previous recall said would cost about $800 million. They've also halted, temporarily anyway, sales of Bolt electric vehicles at this point in time. Back following a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Pentagon has activated the Civil Reserve Air Fleet to assist with evacuations out of Afghanistan. 6 airlines will provide a total of 18 aircraft that will be used to move U.S. citizens, holders of special immigrant visas, and at-risk Afghans out of the country. The Pentagon says the commercial aircraft will shuttle evacuees to temporary staging bases in nearby countries instead of flying into Kabul. More than 150 military cargo planes are being used to airlift people from the Afghan capital. The Department of Defense said Saturday that about 17,000 people had been evacuated since the operation began. And at least 21 people are dead in severe flooding in Middle Tennessee. The Humphreys County Emergency Management Agency says another 45 people are still missing after the flooding swept through the area on Saturday following record-setting rains. 12 people were confirmed dead in the county seat of Waverly. Officials say that search and rescue operations are still underway in the communities about 50 miles west of Nashville. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. I'm sure the monkey gouger would like to ask, how's that dozen donuts?
Went down real good, Steve. What's going on, man?
Not a whole lot.
Steve, I wanted to bring up a post that you put out about that family that had a child that suffered some severe side effects from one of the vaccines, what they went through. Man, Steve, Thursday night, going into Friday, I had to run to 16-year-old girl up to Children's Hospital ER. Try to make a long story short here, but she was showing signs of a stroke, Steve. And so 2 days up there in the hospital after some CAT scans and MRIs, thank God everything turned out okay. She's fine. They're contributing it to some side effects from a migraine headache. You know, but damn, Steve, she lost vision in her peripheral vision. One of her cheeks was number than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And when she put her hands out, her right arm was trembling. You know, so listen, we've all went through things with our kids, you know. But what struck me about that post was that what this family went through. And Steve, I'm telling you, I don't know, you know, if it's true. I don't know what to think. But I'm telling you, if the government and the CDC is intentionally covering up some serious side effects that these children are having, how do you respond to that if that's true? You know, I'm not saying it is, but it just seems like a lot of reports of some side effects. You know, anybody posts anything about these vaccines on Facebook, what do? You know, they got to attach a vaccine fact check at the bottom or a guideline, a place you can go, you know. And I would like to know what the percentage of 17 and younger, right, children without any, you know, major underlying conditions that have died from COVID. I don't know if these stats are even out there. They're putting them out. Again, without any underlying condition now that have died. And I also would like to know the stat, the percentage of 17 and under youngers who had suffered serious side effects from these vaccines. I'd like to see them numbers. I'm going to have to get in, do some research and see if I can come up with them. But, man, Steve, you know, any commercial you watch, any drug commercial on TV, what do they do at the end of that commercial, man? They list all the side effects, right, that these drugs, you know, can cause. It's ridiculous, man. Especially, you know, if you're, you know, taking some medication to help stabilize your mood, you know, the amount of side effects that they run after these commercials. And I get it that this is not FDA approved yet, but you think they would still be responsible enough, you know, to put this out here for us, man. Blows my mind.
It's the whole it's the full disclosure thing, which is required for advertising drugs. I mean, my understanding is technically they don't need to advertise them because everybody's aware of them. Is there anyone that isn't aware of the vaccines that are available right now?
Well, yeah, but has the CDC put anything out about possible side effects and serious side effects? I know they have put out, you know, some younger males. They were finding that took the vaccine, whereas I forget the medical terminology for it, but was causing their hearts to become enlarged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and heart arrhythmias, and the Johnson & Johnson, of course, they do have the attachment about the possibility, a rare possibility of blood clots for that vaccine.
Right, and the blood clots. But you know, how many under 17 have been vaccinated? How many's come down with serious side effects? I mean, that post you put out, man, scary stuff. It's scary stuff if your child was to get COVID, and end up in the emergency room. I asked one of the, by the way, Children's Hospital did a fantastic job down there. But I asked one of the nurses, because Steve, man, the waiting room was packed. All these coughing kids. And I asked the nurse, what are you doing for these children, that are getting diagnosed with COVID? And they were overwhelmed, Steve. There was a lot of kids down there in the ER. I don't know how many of them were actually diagnosed with COVID. But she said as long as their oxygen level's fine, they send them home. No treatment, no nothing. Go home. The virus, there's nothing we can do for you.
Wow.
Man, did you see Joe Biden's press conference, Steve, on Afghanistan?
I did not. I know they were throwing some of the clips of it on Fox News yesterday. I did see some of that, but not the whole thing.
What a disgrace, Steve. This man's a buffoon, man. I will say this. He took 4 questions, Steve. He couldn't handle no more, and he turned around and walked off the stage. People asking the questions really wasn't having none of it, Steve. They laid it on him, and he couldn't handle it, and he walked off stage. But it just goes back, when you look at the Trump pressers that he did, man, he'd stand there for hours and take questions.
Yep.
Man, did you watch any of the Trump rally down in Alabama by chance?
I missed that.
I got a link somehow. I don't know where it came from, but there was a link. I think it was through Tumblr or Rumble. That new social media site, Rumble. Yeah. I'm on that, and I think it was a link that came up. I watched the whole thing, Steve. That man stood there for an hour and 35 minutes and gave a speech. Great speech, Steve. And let me tell you something, man. This place was packed. Steve, they turned them cameras around. I mean, like Trump said, it looks like football fields. Several hundred yards out in the open. It was just, I don't know how many people were there, but let me tell you something. It was packed. Could you imagine Joe Biden trying to get up and give a speech for an hour and 30 minutes, Steve? Oh, man.
So, no, not going to happen.
I think I posted something. Yeah, I think I posted something. Trump still has it, man. He was down there giving his support for one of the Alabama guys running for Senate, I believe it was. I could be wrong. Maybe governor. I don't know. But, all right, man. Anywho, Steve, that's all I got, my man.
Well, have a good morning. Beautiful moon shining bright tonight. It is 15 before the hour. And, yeah, according to the reports over the weekend, it appears that the Federal Food and Drug Administration is going to give full approval of the Pfizer vaccine today. That's what the New York Times reported on Friday. Regulators were aiming to complete the process by Friday, but still working through a lot of paperwork and negotiation with the company, they said. No comment from Pfizer. Now, they had an unofficial deadline for approval of around Labor Day on September 6th. As the case has been, the vaccine was authorized for emergency use. More than 203 million people have had the vaccine, but none of the 3 vaccines authorized here in the U.S. have yet received full FDA approval. Now, they're thinking that this could see a boost in people getting the vaccine. It would convince more unvaccinated that the shot is safe and effective. And it would also, this is the key right here, make local officials more comfortable in implementing vaccine mandates. With that news on Friday, I see Pfizer and their partner BioNTech shares were up more than 1% in extended training. Speaking to a neighbor over the weekend who said, hey, if they give that full FDA approval, will people then not have the ability to sue if they have a horrific adverse reaction? That topic had come up several weeks ago on this program. No, the answer to that question is no. No, it doesn't. I'll give you more on that coming up. You say, well, why not? I thought FDA, if you're fully FDA approved. Well, there's some new rules and there's some new laws that were passed here a few years ago, which have been invoked in the case of the COVID vaccines. Just ahead, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So here's the scoop. If you experience side effects after getting the COVID vaccine, lawyers tell CNBC there's basically no one to blame in a U.S. court of law. Federal government has granted companies like Pfizer and Moderna immunity from liability if something unintentionally goes wrong. It is very rare for a blanket immunity law to be passed. According to a Dallas labor and employment attorney, pharmaceutical companies typically aren't offered a whole lot of liability protection. You also cannot sue the Food and Drug Administration for authorizing a vaccine for emergency use, nor can you hold your employer accountable if they mandate inoculation as a condition of employment. Congress created a fund to specifically help cover lost wages and out-of-pocket medical expenses for people who have been irreparably harmed by what is called a covered countermeasure, like a vaccine. but it is difficult to use and it rarely pays. Attorneys say it has compensated less than 6% of claims that have been filed under that in the last decade. It's not something new. It's been around. Back in February, Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar invoked what is called the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act. That's a 2005 law that empowers Health and Human Services Secretary to provide legal protection to companies making or distributing critical medical supplies like vaccines and treatments, unless there is what they call willful misconduct by the company. That protection lasts until the year 2024, which means for the next 4 years, these companies cannot be sued for any monetary damage in court, any sort of injuries related to the administration or use of a product to treat or protect against COVID. Yeah, Dunn thinks a big reason for the unprecedented protection has to do with the expedited timeline. When the government says, we want you to develop this 4 or 5 times faster than you normally do, undoubtedly the manufacturer said to the government, well, we want you, the government, to protect us from multi-million-dollar lawsuits. The quickest vaccine ever developed was for the mumps. It took 4 years, and it was licensed in 1967. Pfizer, of course, developed and cleared for emergency use the COVID vaccine in 8 months. Well, probably the primary fact that has fueled public mistrust. 4 in 10 Americans say they will definitely or probably not get it. Now, this is lower than it was several months ago, but there is still a huge gap in trust. Drug makers like Pfizer continue to reassure the public no shortcuts were taken. This was a vaccine that was developed without cutting any corners. This is a vaccine that's getting approved by all authorities in the world. That should say something, said the CEO of Pfizer. But the legal immunity granted to pharmaceutical companies doesn't just guard them against lawsuits. It actually helps lower the cost of the immunizations. Government doesn't want people suing the companies making the vaccine because then the manufacturers would have to charge the government a higher price per dose to cover the cost of those legal expenses. Remember, vaccine manufacturers aren't the ones approving their product for mass distribution. That is the job of the FDA. Which begs the next question. Can you sue the government if you have an extraordinary bad reaction? Again, the answer is no. You cannot sue the FDA for approving or disapproving a drug. That's part of what they call sovereign immunity. Sovereign immunity came from the king, explains Dunn, referring to British law before the American Revolution. You couldn't sue the king. So America has sovereign immunity, and even each state has sovereign immunity. There are limited exceptions, but he says, I don't think you can provide a viable legal path to hold the federal government responsible for a COVID vaccine injury. Bringing workers back into the office also carries a heightened fear of liability for the employers. Lawyers across the country say their corporate clients are reaching out to them, asking whether they can require their employees to be immunized. Dunn's clients who run businesses serving customers in person or on-site are most interested in mandating the vaccine. They view it as a selling point. It's particularly important for restaurants, bars, gyms, salons. My clients in that segment of the service industry are looking hard at making it mandatory as a sales point for their customers. Requiring a vaccine is a health and safety work rule. Employers can do that. Now, there's a few exceptions. If a workforce is unionized, the collective bargaining agreement may require negotiating with the union before mandating a vaccine. That's kind of like what's going on with Disney, as a matter of fact. Anti-discrimination laws provide some protections. Under the Americans with Disabilities Act, workers who don't want to be vaccinated for medical reasons are eligible to request an exemption. If taking the vaccine is a violation of a sincerely held religious belief, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would potentially provide a way to opt out. Should none of these exemptions apply, employees may have some legal recourse if they suffer debilitating side effects following a work-mandated inoculation. Attorneys say claims would most likely be routed through workers' compensation programs and treated as an on-the-job injury. That there's also some significant limits or caps on the damages an employee can recover. And he also added it would be very difficult to prove. All right, so again, maybe the Pfizer vaccine full government approval coming later today, but that doesn't really change anything, which for several months now I've been alluding to. I thought that did make a difference, but there is the definitive answer. It does not make a difference. And now you know. All right, we're going to get back to the calls. Eagle got you coming up next following our news update here. We'll get to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Horse Feathers is on the line. Beverly, I believe. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. As a result, flash flood watches and warnings are also in effect across the region. And at least 21 people are dead from severe flooding in Middle Tennessee. The Humphreys County Emergency Management Agency says that another 45 people are still missing after the flooding swept through the area on Saturday following record-setting rains. 12 people were confirmed dead in the county seat of Waverly. Officials in the county about 50 miles west of Nashville say that search and rescue operations are still underway. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The Giza Dream Sheets are the perfect companion to a MyPillow, the best thing you'll ever put on your bed. Call 1-800-951-8175. Ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special you get, by the way, by using my promo code USA. You can go online also to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special. You can save up to 66% on anything in the MyPillow website. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
The governors of several states have made statements over the past week that they would welcome Afghan refugees to their states. 3 Balkan countries, Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, have also offered to take in some of the thousands of refugees fleeing Kabul. Senator Joni Ernst says that the U.S. should also welcome Afghan refugees. The Iowa senator tells ABC's This Week that they need to be fully vetted before arriving in the United States.
Well, we want to welcome those that are fully vetted. That is extremely important that we make sure they are vetted before they touch down on American soil. And that is why it is so important that we continue working with these third country nations, providing them whatever support we can within those countries. And this is where President Biden, unfortunately, has really, he has messed it up. I'll just put it out there. Of course, with our international community, with this haphazard withdrawal. if we had been working with those allies, those partner countries, this would have been a lot easier.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
As the U.S. is set to roll out a third dose of COVID vaccine for anyone who's fully vaccinated, the question of side effects is being raised. Tim Berg reports.
COVID booster shots are going to be available to anyone who is eligible as soon as next month. The CDC and FDA believing the third shot will booster protection as the initial 2 shots begin to wear down over time. Health officials saying a third shot will come 8 months after the second dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. It is recommended that anyone with a compromised immune system get the third shot as soon as possible. As far as any side effects from that booster shot, Dr. Susanna Hills tells USA Radio News.
There's a little bit less information about how this third dose people might respond because it's not something that we've been doing on a widespread basis. I think in general, the common sense answer to that is you can expect similar maybe aches, muscle pain, fever for 24 to 48 hours, because that's what tends to happen when the immune system is ramping up in response to any vaccine.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Pentagon has activated the Civil Reserve Air Fleet to assist with evacuations out of Afghanistan. 6 airlines will provide a total of 18 aircraft that will be used to move U.S. citizens, holders of special immigrant visas, and at-risk Afghans out of the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I do believe it was Colton's dad that posted on my Facebook page. Got the picture there of young Colton. He got his Steve Sommers overnight drive banner. He got his T-shirt and hat on, out there sporting the overnight drive gear. Got the banner up on his trailer, all ready to go for their Labor Day weekend camping trip. He said, Colton says, "Thank you very much, Steve and Chris, for the banner, the shirt, the hat, the stickers. All set for his Labor Day weekend. Thank you very much. All right. Looking good. Get you lots of bottles and cans and make you lots of money that weekend, Colton, if you're still up with us at this hour." Let's see here. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I got it's gonna probably be one of the most serious calls I've had, Steve, which is all my calls are usually pretty serious, but this one tonight, I'm really pissed off about the events that are happening right now with this bogus guy that we got in the White House. But I'm gonna start off by saying this, Steve, about all these people that listen to your show. I've told you this several times. All you people out there that's listening, that's using this Facebook and Twitter, you need to immediately disconnect from these people. And the only thing I'm going to say to you is that Twitter still has an account with the Taliban. That's right. the Taliban, individuals that decapitate people and don't allow women to be treated as a human being. So if you endorse people that treat people like that, then keep your account with Twitter and continue to that endorse the Taliban. It's simply ridiculous, Steve. These people, Twitter and Facebook, had the nerve to say that they don't endorse somebody like Donald Trump, but they'll endorse individuals like the Taliban. That's all you need to know when it comes to that. And as you already know, Steve, Facebook and Twitter is no longer involved. I'm no longer associated with those people and never ever will be, because I don't surround myself with people like that. Now, let me move on to the situation with this bogus president that we got. You know something, Steve? I listened to Donald Trump, his rally that he had yesterday in Alabama, and this guy here, this is what a real president sounds like. For those of you individuals out there who want to know what a president sounds like, that's Donald Trump. And then you go back and you listen to this loser on the TV today and on Friday afternoon. This guy doesn't even sound like a president. This guy, do you realize, Steve, that this guy had the nerve to say, he said it 2 times already, that he's relying on the Taliban to safely get these people evacuated out of this airport? The cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, that's that. They've got supposedly they cut a deal with the Taliban to allow safe passage of American citizens, but they ain't going to allow safe passage of all the Afghans that worked with us over the past 20 years.
Well, they're not gonna let the American people out either, Steve. These people had a road. The Taliban has the road to the airport blocked. They say that there's only one way in to this place, and the Taliban has a checkpoint set up, and they're checking people, and they're not allowing certain people to get through this checkpoint. The Taliban, you can't reach it. These people are snakes, Steve. These guys are nothing but liars. They have already gone back to the same ways. They said that they were going to be a new, improved Taliban. They was going to allow women to do what they wanted to do. They was going to allow the people in Afghanistan to live in North. These people are killing people. They got videos out right now of dead bodies on the ground. I looked at it over the weekend where the Taliban have executed people already. They haven't even waited for the United States to leave. And this is only going to get worse. And the reason why I know this, Steve, is like I'm watching TV right now, Fox TV. And right now they keep showing the video. That's all you need to know for Joe Biden to step down from his so-called job as president. When you see people running down a runway of an airport, clinging to a airplane, trying to get the hell out of Afghanistan, and people falling to their death. I got bad news for Mr. Joe Biden. He said he didn't want it to be worse than Saigon. It's way worse than that, my friend. When you see an individual fall up from an airplane to his death. The guy, like I said, if he had any kind of pride, just like I told you about Cuomo a couple of weeks ago, Steve, if he had any kind of pride or guts about himself, he would step down, because he's already the biggest failure. He's done all this in less than 1 year. Do you realize that, Steve? In less than 1 year, he's the biggest failure at president that we've ever known in this country. And if you allow him 3 more years, there's no telling what kind of damage this man might do. We already see that the Chinese government are licking at their chops right now, Steve. It's just a matter of time before they take over Taiwan. They invade that country and they'll own that. And guess what? What do you think Joe Biden's going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. That's what he's going to do about it when China takes over Taiwan. He's going to do nothing. The same thing he did with Afghanistan. Just like Trump said at his rally, Steve, Trump laid down the game plan for, it's like a football game with this idiot. He laid down the game plan for Joe Biden to follow. All he had to do was follow it. You never, like I said, you don't have to be a genius to figure this out. You don't take the military out of the country before you take all the people out that you want out. You get the people out of the country, and then the military goes out last. Now this idiot has a bad situation. I mean, a real bad situation, because first, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, the Taliban, they don't make no rules. If I was running president, they claim that August the 31st is the deadline to get people out. That deadline doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. We'll get the people out when they get out. And if the Taliban touch any American, if we had a real president like Trump, the Taliban would have hell to pay, Steve. This is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen in my life. Joe Biden is a coward, and anybody that supports Joe Biden is a coward at this point, because you cannot let a group of Stone Age cavemen run the United States and tell them what to do. These guys do you realize, Steve, if this guy that the Taliban now are in possession of billions of dollars worth of U.S. equipment that this loser left over there for the Taliban to use, and now we have to possibly fight these individuals again with our own equipment. If that's not a derelict of duty, I don't know what is. If you listen to the TV over the weekend, you even have Democrats that are turning their back on Joe Biden because they realize that this situation is totally out of control, Steve. And like I said, Donald Trump, he's the rightful president of the United States of America. And if Nancy Pelosi, if she was any kind of a woman, she would reinstate Donald Trump. But we both know that she's not going to do that because she doesn't care about the United States of America, just like Joe Biden does. So all you people out there, I told you this, Steve, and you can go back and listen to every phone call I made before the election. And I told people not to put that guy in the White House. I knew Joe Biden was going to be bad, but I didn't know he was going to be this bad. So all you people out there, and I'm talking to a certain guy named Minister, if he's listening tonight, all you people out there that wanted Biden in the White House where you got what you want. And guess what, my friend? When China invades the United States and takes it over, you can thank your good old boy, Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, like you said, that's a serious call. What's going on, Monkey Gouge? Let's say, do we lose Monkey Gouge?
Yeah.
Somehow I pulled up horse feathers.
No, you picked up horse feathers.
All right, let me put you back on because he's been there quite a while. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
I'm doing well. Thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, thank you, man. I was having phone trouble and I had to hang up a little bit. There's a rainstorm. I have run in rain ever since I left South Carolina. Over there about Atmore, Alabama, they had one of them hurricanes come through. I mean, Bubba, it put it down, lightning, thundering. Anyway, that's the reason I kept jumping in and out. So, sorry about that. Steve, I was listening a while ago. I had a flashback. But I was listening to that record truck driver. What do they call him? Super Duck, Super Chicken, whatever his name was, Rubber Duck.
Rubber Duck, yeah.
Rubberhead, something. He was talking about he drove safely. He's the only record truck driver I ever know that drove safely. Because these damn fools turn them yellow lights on. It's almost like they got a supercharger to run an extra 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, running, ducking through traffic, dodging traffic and everything to go to the next rental wreck they're going to pick up over there at the parking lot. But, Steve, what give me the flashback. I was up there in Greenville, South Carolina. Had a truck go down on me back in the 80s. And I just had it worked on there at the shop. And they said, well, we'll send somebody up there to pick it up and bring it back, and we'll work on it. We'll fix it. I said, well, I hope you do. So anyway, they sent this cat up there in this old ragged-ass truck. Had one of them old Detroit motors in it, sound like a bus, you know. Bam, bam. So he comes there and he backs up there to the truck. He got one of them land dog trailers. And I said, I crank it up and drive it up on there. Oh, no, man, I got a winch. He said, we'll ratchet back up there. So anyway, he pushed the truck on the trailer, right? And I mean, this guy, like, he had a bath in about 3 or 4 days. And look, he'd been up for like 3 or 4 days hauling wreck. Start down that road, man. And he turns them yellow lights on. He said, this gives me 25 more miles an hour. He said, we are en route to the shop. We got down there about 18, 19 miles to Columbia. I said, hey, Cap, pull this truck over in that truck stop right there, and I'll just get me a taxi cab. I'll hitchhike on down there. I said, you done scared me so damn bad, I won't be able to sleep for 3 days. So when he was talking about that, I like to flip that. I had to laugh. I mean, that was the death ride. But anyway, you know, so when he was talking about driving the speed limit and everything, the record truck, he must not know the record trucks I rode with or seen going down the highway. But have you ever been bamboozled by one of your grandchildren?
I don't know. What It sounds like butter my biscuits. Does she do something now or what?
Oh, she got me good. They had a COVID exposure at her school, so they had to shut the school down. And JJ called me and said, "Can you go there and pick Pumpkin up?" I said, "Yeah, I go get her." So I run up there, to the school and got her. And she said, she called me Pig. She don't call me Granddad. She said, "Pig." I said, "What?" She says, "I need you to stop at the grocery store. I need to get some." I said, "All right, what you want?" She says, "I want me a whipped cream pie." And I ain't never seen a youngin' that loves whipped cream much as that and does. Oh, man. I made a mistake by teaching her how to open up the refrigerator and go in there and grab the can and put the shake it up, put the nozzle in her mouth and shoot it in her mouth, She'll sit there and drink a can of whipped cream if you don't watch her. And so she picked up a graham cracker, one of them graham cracker pie crust. And I said, "Is that all you want?" She said, "Yeah, that's all I want." So all the way home, she was I was looking at it in the mirror in the car. She was just smiling and carrying on, talking 90 miles an hour like she always does. I got home, goes in the house there, and I had the boat out. I was going fishing, but it rained every day this week in South Carolina. I mean, boy, they got some rain down there. And well, matter of fact, when I was leaving town, they was having flood alerts and everything. And so her and her Meemaw, they go in there and sit down, and I hear the whipped cream getting in the pie pan, and I ain't paying no attention. And she says, "Pig, close your eyes. I got a special surprise for you." I said, "Really?" So I closed my eyes, She walks over there and takes her hand and take that pie pan, and she got me good, but she pie faced me. And that youngin' laughed. It done, what in the world did I do to deserve that? She said, "I seen it on TV, and she said, I know you wasn't gonna get mad, so I pie faced you." She got me good, So what you gonna say to a 4-year-old? But anyway, she was sitting there and she says, "Well," she says, "I got you. I reckon I'll go ahead and play Barbie dolls." So she went on in the bedroom and
That's it.
Barbie dolls. But I tell you what, Steve, I learned more in the last 4 days from that youngin' than anything. They got a care in the world. Don't worry about nothing. And I said, "Girl," I sure hope that you grow up in a different time than what we're going through right now. I said, but after I seen that speech that coward SOB that occupies the White House right now made Friday or Thursday when he got up there, didn't even talk about the hostages, didn't talk about what was going on over there in Iraq and that. He got talking about, "You need to get vaccinated. You blah, 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 blah." Turn around and walk right off the stage. Didn't take a question or nothing because he ain't got enough sense to answer a damn question. And I'm going to tell you what, buddy, they didn't take him. CNN even got on his rear end about it. It was one of the most piss-poor speeches I ever heard a leader of the greatest country in the free world give. See, people are laughing us into the 19th century right now over that idiot. It is terrible on the way things are. I mean, I just can't. I never fathomed in my wildest dream that this guy was as big as idiot as what he is. And why his family are letting him be ridiculed, because their name will go down right along with Obama. And I mean, they make that peanut guy from Georgia, they make him look like a saint, compared to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was a smart man compared to these two, that idiot we got up there now. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But Other than that, Steve, everything been going real good. How about you? You going to go get that tooth extracted tomorrow?
Yeah, 10:45 this morning. I ain't looking forward to it, so we'll see how it goes. I hope they don't have to do that. I mean, if they, I'm hoping they can just numb it up and get it out without any anesthesia and whatnot.
Right. Well, look here, I had that thing done about 10 or 12 years ago. And it they give you enough of that happy medicine. Tomorrow night, you be running 90 miles an hour on that. Just don't eat nothing on that side there for a couple of days because it's going to be tender. But you'll be wide open tomorrow night. They'll have you on that happy medicine. Be talking junk. You might even get on the schools again or something. We don't ever know. But you'll be all right.
You think you're saying 24 hours from now I'll be sitting here like a drunk?
Oh yeah, you'll be all right, man. You'll be pushing all kind of buttons. We might even hear that dynamite come back tomorrow night and drop it on somebody's head. Tick, tick, tick. I smell something burning. Boom! So you'll be fine. Steve, with that, we're gonna jump out of here and run in this here truck stop, get me a cup of this 40 weight, and we got about 3 more hours we're gonna knock out tonight. So talk to you later, man.
All right, you'll be with us right to the bitter end, right? All right, there you go. Yeah, quick 2-minute timeout. We return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What else we have under the industry headlines? Of course, we all know we've got a proverbial disaster unfolding in Afghanistan, which is kind of drawing attention away from the proverbial disaster at our southern border, which continues unabated. Border Patrol agents arresting 2 members of the notorious criminal gang known as the MS-13, during the search of a tractor-trailer at a Laredo, Texas checkpoint. News released last week from the Border Patrol Laredo sector said agents manning the I-35 checkpoint searched a commercial vehicle trailer after a canine unit alerted to the vehicle. When officers searched the trailer, they discovered a large group of illegal individuals. During a record check of 26-year-old El Salvadoran national George Serrano, agents discovered that he had multiple previous removals in addition to affiliation with the MS-13 gang. When record checks were conducted on 29-year-old El Salvadoran national Martha Rivera, checks also revealed prior immigration history and confirmation of her MS-13 gang affiliation. Yeah, these are about the baddest of the bad people coming in from the gangs. Laredo sector agents and their four-legged partners work hard every day to safeguard our nation's borders. Their continuous efforts led to the arrest of these dangerous criminals, ensuring the safety of the citizens of our community and throughout the country. So those two didn't get through, but how many others have gotten through? Yeah, how many Taliban are going to be making their way through? How many Taliban you think might just be embedded in these thousands of thousands that we're transporting out of Afghanistan right now? They're smart enough to know to embed those bad guys. Yet another under the industry headlines. A truck driver transporting 115 illegals has been indicted on smuggling charges, human smuggling. The incident took place in July the 19th. But the truck driver, was not indicted until here about a week ago. According to the press release, pulled over by a Texas Department of Public Safety trooper, 6 o'clock in the morning, for failing to stay in his lane. He told the trooper he was hauling bananas, but when the trooper questioned if there were migrants in the trailer, he said no, and gave consent for the officer to search the trailer, during which the trooper found 115 illegals hiding inside the refrigerated trailer. Grand jury has since charged McCoy with conspiracy to transport an undocumented alien and attempt to transport an undocumented alien for financial gain. He could be convicted to as many as 10 years. And the flow of illegals and in some cases very, very bad people, as Donald Trump once referred to them when he took a lot of flack for referring to them as there's some bad hombres making their way into this country. That is a 100% valid statement. All right, get back to the calls after a quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical Storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. And President Biden addressed the nation on Sunday afternoon to update the country on the situation in Afghanistan. The president reiterated that U.S. troops would remain in the country until all Americans have been evacuated, while also intimating that the August 31st deadline may be extended in order to complete that effort. Biden said that the risk of an attack from ISIS has led U.S. troops on the ground to extend the perimeter around the Kabul airport in an effort to protect those evacuating from the country. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back here on a Monday. Close out the weekend just like that. Boy, they're flying by. We've only got one weekend left in the month of August here. Can you imagine that? So we mentioned earlier, talking about the passing of Phil Valentine, the conservative talk host out of Nashville, COVID. I heard some of the numbers recently in regards to law enforcement. Number one killer of law enforcement last year, and on a pace to be the number one this year, is COVID-19. Florida's latest surge has taken the lives of at least 5 Southern Florida officers in a 1-week period, apparently. Police, oftentimes the front-line pandemic workers, being at risk, particularly as the threat of the Delta variant has risen in the state of Florida. More than 17,000 hospitalized with the infection as of Saturday's data. 5 South Florida police departments have reported COVID deaths of officers. Coral Springs, Miami Beach, West Palm Beach, Florida Highway Patrol, and 1 Fort Lauderdale officer. Leading cause of officer deaths in the past year by a wide margin, according to the Officer Down Memorial page, attributing 103 having died from complications of COVID, accounting for almost 50% of the total police deaths to date this year. Behind the COVID at 103, 39 officers killed by gunfire, 15 by vehicular assault, 14 in an automobile crash, 10 heart attack, 10 struck by a vehicle, and the numbers go down from there, but COVID. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here on a Monday. All right, let's take 2 for the horse feathers. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. And you wonder why the officers have problems with people that, hey, you remember one of these big things that we had, one of the big blow-up things we had, like the George Floyd, or maybe it was George Floyd, that the suspect bit at the officers or on them and then said that he had COVID? And you wonder why those people get the treatment they do after they do that. It was a life-threatening situation that individual did. And so what happened to Eagles? He got a personal thing going on with Minister. It seems like the last few calls there, he's called Minister out there a couple times there. Has he still got something going on with him that we don't know about?
I would
hear the other side.
I don't know. I'd assume that's never ended. I would presume.
Yeah, apparently. So, but anyways, we'll let that go with that. Now, did you catch that? Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife have been diagnosed with
so
COVID?
They're both supposedly both of them are hospitalized.
Now, have both of them had one of the vaccinations?
Yes, I believe they have.
Do you know which one they got by chance at all, or I don't know if anybody's talked about if they were or what one they did. If you can substantiate that they did. I didn't know if you knew which vaccination they had injected into themselves. So, anyways, inquiring mind. But so anyways, you had a speech that Monkey got. I don't know if it was a speech. It was more of just a statement that Monkey Gudger was talking about that our fine president did was the Thursday speech there about the COVID and wanting everybody to get a vaccine and wear masks, and walked off the stage. And the one Friday was about the Afghan deal. What a joke that was. He had to read off pretty much cue cards behind the podium there. He kept pulling out his papers and cue cards and flipping them over and trying to, make his statement, and got done with that. And actually, he was going to take some questions from the press. And in order to call the White House press tour to call up one of the individuals, he actually had to look down at his notes, and I guess they must have had the questions pre-written for him, because he called the person off the notes. He didn't just look out in the audience and just pick somebody. He had to call the person that was on the notes so that he already had the question to look at to kind of read the response to what the question was that they were asking him that was probably already pre-written down. And then he only took 3 or 4 and then got frustrated with all that. And I don't know if that was the amount he was supposed to take, if he ran out of notes or what the whole deal was. But then, of course, walked off the stage after that. So anyways, yesterday morning, Sunday, I decided it'd be a good idea to see what the other side is talking about. So I watched this show that I absolutely can't stand since, what was his name? Was his name Mike Russer, something like that? The Meet the Press. Who was it that kind of died suddenly, had a heart attack, died?
I think it was
Tim Russert.
Tim Russert.
Tim Russert.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I liked the show when he moderated that show. Seemed like it was a little left leaning, but it wasn't a heavily biased show. He was open to everybody. This Chuck Todd, I don't know what bandwagon he fell off on, but he definitely is. He's got very little right in him. I mean, his left is off the center so far that I don't know if his right hand can even be left. Or I don't know. I didn't say that right, but you know what I mean. He's so far off.
Yeah.
He has to make 3 left turns to go right. So I tell you what, they beat up on Biden pretty bad, and they had this one reporter on there that I forget what her name was there, but she was kind of talking about the Afghanistan thing there, and she kind of made it sound like, and if you look at it, there was no way to get out of Afghanistan without everybody realizing what was going on when you were getting ready to do it, because the whole deal is like spokes in a wheel. If you take the military out, it collapses. If you take the ambassadors and that type of staff out before anybody else, then the whole thing gets seen and everything kind of the government collapses. In the same way with your citizens and the people that have helped, the Afghan people that have helped the U.S. at that point, if they start seeing the drawdown and the removal, then you get the collapsation of government, because you don't have all your interpreters and all that to know what's going on between you and the citizens of that country, So, and with close to 250 or 300,000 total that would need to be evacuated out of that country, it's almost impossible to have actually been able to even leave. And so, I don't know. It's a bad situation, but it's certainly a lot worse the way it was implemented to be done. So anyways, I don't know. That was kind of what I kind of got out of yesterday. And so anyways, over the weekend, I heard Knucklebuster mention Tom T. Hall passed, and also a humorist from North Carolina, Jeannie Robertson. Have you ever heard of Jeannie Robertson before?
Does not ring a bell, no.
She was a motivational speaker, and as I say, she was a humorist, and actually back in the day, I forget what it was, but she actually was Miss North Carolina. She won a beauty contest and actually became Miss North Carolina. So anyways, she passed at 77, but it was something other than COVID. They did make specific mention in her page there that it wasn't COVID, but her husband had actually died a couple months before her. I almost wonder, if it's like that broken heart thing. I mean, even though she had an illness, you almost wonder, that they were together and so close that, that she passed from that. But I don't know, kind of sad. But yeah, she had a good life. But if you get a chance on YouTube, she's got a lot of videos out. We actually went and saw her one time. She was up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, performing once, and we went and saw her. And it was kind of an older crowd that was there. We were kind of, my wife and I were kind of the youngest people in the whole audience. But I always thought that she had some pretty funny stuff. And so if you get a chance, that Jeannie Robertson there, that was, as I say, it was pretty. I always thought it was kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And hey, if you got a quick time for a quick funny here,
go ahead.
So you got this older couple here, and they've been married for, I don't know, quite a while, something like 38 years, I think. So they decide to go down to the marriage counselor there to see if they can make their marriage a little better. And marriage counselor asked the wife, she says, "So what do you do to kind of initiate sex?" And the wife kind of gets a little red and says, "Well, I tell my husband that I'm going upstairs for a hot shower." He says to the wife, he says, "You mean for the last 38 years you've been wanting to have sex? I thought you wanted me to not turn on the dishwasher."
Oh, boy.
All right. Very good. Hey, with that, Your Honor, I'll let you go out there and try to find some intelligent callers.
Look at all the opportunities missed. Wow. All right, we get a quick 2-minute timeout, and we return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, just like that. Back at it here. Yeah, I've got several lines available. That's the number, 844-844-3388. To answer the question from Horse Feathers there, were Jesse Jackson and his wife vaccinated? Yeah, according to the story, they were both vaccinated, but it doesn't say which particular vaccine they took. So just as Jesse's 79 years old now, his wife is 77. They're being treated at Northwestern Memorial Hospital in Chicago. Statement simply said, doctors are monitoring the condition of both. No further updates at this time. We will provide updates as they become available. And of course, we all know who Jesse Jackson is, right? Good morning, Beverly. Hi there.
Good morning, Steve.
I'm calling one last time to say goodbye to all my fellow truck drivers and yourself. My husband and I are going to retire after this week.
Really?
From driving. Yes. We've been driving for 20 years. And previous to that, he had worked for our electric utility for 20 years while I raised our family. So most of our family lives right in the county that we reside in. And we're just looking forward to, having a quiet, easy life.
So just going to kind of retire to the home 20 and relax?
Yes. Well, our company does have resorts. We have 4 resorts that, as a retiree, we can visit freely, couple weeks each year. So we have resorts in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, Daytona Beach, Florida, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Big Bear, California. So we celebrate our 50-year anniversary in January, and we probably will be visiting a resort.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, but other than that, I just wanted to touch on, I've been driving for the entire time on nights, so I will try to turn that clock around. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
And I won't be listening live. You have been a constant in my entire career. You and your dad. I've listened the entire time, and I just could count on the straight truth from you, and it's been so valuable. And everything we've learned, including the weather. And I will be listening to your podcast because I love all your fellow drivers, and my condolences to the Big Moose. He's one of my favorite callers.
Yeah.
And it's just heart-wrenching what he's going through. But I just love all the callers. I will listen on the podcast. You're my number one news guy. And the only other thing I want to touch on is the vaccine. We're both senior citizens, and my husband has diabetes, so he has the underlying conditions. And he received the Pfizer. I received the Moderna. And I remember another caller calling in with shoulder pain. Well, I've had shoulder pain since I've had the vaccine in my left shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And it aches off, especially when I try to sleep. But, nothing's really helped me so far. And when I retire, I'm going to try that CBD oil, see if that helps me. And I do think from driving, it wears on the shoulders. So I'm hoping it's going to improve. But he had no side effects whatsoever.
That's good.
And but as far as receiving, the booster, I'm a little bit on the fence on that because I felt like I was hit by a truck with that second vaccine. It was Memorial Day weekend. Thank goodness we had the day off. I was in bed for a day, and my arm was throbbing, so I had quite a negative reaction to it.
Mm.
But I'm seeing from those, and I do have a family member that passed away. He was 75 out of New York from COVID, and he didn't really have too many underlying conditions, but he definitely had the COVID and passed away from it. And it's, you just don't, like you on the fence, you don't know what to do. So it's a rough decision. I definitely feel freedom of choosing. I have many friends that will not get the vaccine, and I respect that.
Well,
hard choice, isn't it?
It is, yes. Yeah. We struggle with it every day. We talk about it, discuss the pros, the cons, and just hope we don't have any regrets. That's, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, we take we've always taken the multivitamin. We take supplements, the vitamin D, the zinc. So I mean, we load up on that, and I try to eat as healthy as you can driving a truck. And, but we're going to eat much healthier when we're home, and there's no looking back for me. I have longed for retirement for years. And to tell you the truth, Steve, we're just kind of burned out. And with all these changes of regulations that we've seen in these short 20 years, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And a driver called in before on the way these drivers are a little bit crazy. Well, I drive the Northeast. I'm exclusive. I come out of Manchester, New Hampshire, and I drive through Hartford, around Boston, around New York City, and it is unreal and heavy traffic. I mean, I've got them speeding in and out of lanes constantly because I drive nights, and you'd think it would wind down, but it doesn't seem to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm no looking back for us. We're really going to have fun now.
Well,
in the last few years,
I was going to say, we're going to miss you as a live listener, but be happy to have you listening to the podcasts. And it's a lot of years out there on the road. You've seen a lot of changes, and you probably farewell, good riddance.
Yes, that's exactly, both of us. And, in the last few years, we purchased our retirement home and that family hunting camp. And, my son asked me last night, we had a birthday party for the great-granddaughter. And he said, Mom, what are you going to do? Hobbies. I said, Jared, I have so much to do. I can just go visiting. Everybody's here that I've missed out on for all these years and many, many family events. I'm going to be busy as anything. And I love to cook. And they love to eat.
That sounds like a winner there, then.
Yes. So thank you. And Hot Shot Secret, we are definitely a supporter. My husband loves the product. We will continue purchasing. I think he can get them at O'Reilly. I'm not sure, but anyway, we'll continue with the product. We're so grateful for you, and I will spread the word, and we will continue to listen, Steve.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the call there, Beverly, and enjoy that retirement. Enjoy. All right, it is 844-3388. A couple minutes before we hit news update. We'll get to Heat Wave. Phillips on the line. Who else you got? Hey, Steve, Horse Feathers. Got something else to share. I found out Friday, actually, that one of the wife's sisters, this time it's Gail, has come down positive for the COVID. She was vaccinated, I don't know how many months ago, probably 5 or 6 months ago. I think she did the 2-shot Pfizer vaccine. I think it was last Tuesday. I mean, it came on she described it as it came on like a ton of bricks. So she was fine in the morning, and by afternoon could tell something wasn't quite right, and ended up in the bed for several days. She did go out and take the test on Wednesday, and it came back positive on Thursday. So after spending, several days in the bed, she said she was feeling a little bit better on Saturday. The cough, the sinus congestion, she said real bad headache. Some of the symptoms she was dealing with. She did not per se lose her appetite. She was, eating and whatnot, which is a good thing. So I don't know. There's, I guess, much reduced symptoms from coming down with COVID. Had she not had the vaccine, and again, trying to think back, where did I pick this up at? I mean, she doesn't do much. Go to work, go home. Trying to think of, I did go out to eat with someone the other day, That's like, well, you got to remember, Gail, it may have been a week, it may have been 2 weeks ago when you just happened to come in contact with it. We don't know. But that's the number of breakthrough cases, as they call them. Those that are fully vaccinated coming down, and many of them actually getting sick. I mean, she wasn't obviously deathly sick, nothing to be hospitalized. But, in the bed for several days, just feeling like total dog crap. More on some of the latest research about these breakthrough cases. What's going on? They don't really know. They're trying to figure it out. We come back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. And President Biden addressed the nation on Sunday afternoon to update the country on the situation in Afghanistan. The president reiterated that U.S. troops would remain in the country until all Americans have been evacuated, while also intimating that the August 31st deadline may be extended in order to complete that effort. Biden said that the risk of an attack from ISIS has led U.S. troops on the ground to extend the perimeter around the Kabul airport in an effort to protect those evacuating from the country. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The governors of several states have made statements over the past week that they would welcome Afghan refugees to their states. 3 Balkan countries, Albania, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, have also offered to take in some of the thousands of refugees fleeing Kabul. Senator Joni Ernst says that the U.S. should also welcome Afghan refugees. The Iowa senator tells ABC's This Week that they need to be fully vetted before arriving in the United States.
Well, we want to welcome those that are fully vetted. That is extremely important, that we make sure they are vetted before they touch down on American soil. And that is why it is so important that we continue working with these third country nations, providing them whatever support we can within those countries. And this is where President Biden, unfortunately, has really, he has messed it up. I'll just put it out there. Of course, with our international community, with this haphazard withdrawal, if we had been working with those allies, those partner countries, this would have been a lot easier.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
As the U.S. is set to roll out a third dose of COVID vaccine for anyone who's fully vaccinated, the question of side effects is being raised. Tim Berg reports.
COVID booster shots are going to be available to anyone who is eligible as soon as next month. The CDC and FDA believing the third shot will boost your protection as the initial 2 shots begin to wear down over time. Health officials saying a third shot will come 8 months after the second dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. It is recommended that anyone with a compromised immune system get the third shot as soon as possible. As far as any side effects from that booster shot, Dr. Susanna Hills tells USA Radio News.
There's a little bit less information about how this third dose people might respond because it's not something that we've been doing on a widespread basis. I think in general, the common sense answer to that is you can expect similar maybe aches, muscle pain, fever for 24 to 48 hours, because that's what tends to happen when the immune system is ramping up in response to any vaccine.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the Pentagon has activated the Civil Reserve Air Fleet to assist with evacuations out of Afghanistan. 6 airlines will provide a total of 18 aircraft that will be used to move U.S. citizens, holders of special immigrant visas, and at-risk Afghans out of the country. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's all a work in progress, as they say. Trying to learn as they go. Anecdotes tell us what the data cannot. Vaccinated people appear to be getting the coronavirus at a surprisingly high rate. Exactly how often is not clear, nor is it certain how likely they are to spread the virus to others. And now there's growing concern that vaccinated people may be more vulnerable to serious illness than previously thought. There's a ton of scientific studies with concrete answers, or a lack thereof, leaving public policymakers and corporate executives to try and formulate plans based on fragmented information. Some are renewing mask mandates or delaying office reopenings. Others cite the lack of clarity to justify just staying the course. It can all really feel like a mess. Former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, head of the nonprofit Resolve to Save Lives, says, "We've got to be humble about what we do know and what we do not know. There are few things we can say definitively. One is that this is a hard question to address. Absent any clear health messaging, vaccinated people are left confused. Just how vulnerable are they is a key variable, not just from public health officials trying to figure out, say, when the boosters might be needed, but also to inform decisions about whether to roll back reopenings. On a smaller scale, the unknowns have left music lovers unsure. Is it okay to see a concert? We've got a fresh round of hand-wringing among parents pondering what school's going to look like. In lieu of answers, what has emerged is a host of case studies providing somewhat different pictures of breakthrough infections. Some of the variables include when the surveys were conducted, whether the Delta variant was present, how much of the population was vaccinated, even what the weather was like at the time. It makes it difficult to compare, to come up with patterns. Difficult to know which data might ultimately carry more heft. It is quite clear we have more breakthroughs now. According to an infectious disease expert at the University of California, San Francisco, we all know someone who's had one, but we don't have great clinical data. One of the best known outbreaks of vaccinated people was in a small beach town, province town, Massachusetts. It's thousands of vaccinated and unvaccinated alike gathered on dance floors and at house parties over the 4th of July weekend. And what seemed like a turning point in the pandemic, about 3/4 of the infections turned out to be among vaccinated people. Authors of a CDC case study said this might mean that they were just as likely to transmit COVID as the unvaccinated. Even so, they cautioned as more people are vaccinated, it's natural they would also account for a larger number of infections. And one study's not sufficient to draw any conclusions. But that's what kind of actually prompted the CDC to reverse their recommendation about vaccinated people having to go back to wear masks. Learning as they go. What's going on this morning? Heat wave.
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. How you doing this morning, senor?
Happy Monday.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, how did Rowan football team do Saturday?
We did not get to stay and watch the game. The game was supposed to be at 4:45, and so we were there 4:40 or whatever. And the prior game, the game before them, they weren't even at halftime yet, and then they went into overtime in that game. So we already had arrangements to meet some other couples at 6:30 to have dinner. And we didn't even get to see the kickoff. But I did hear my daughter.
We count on.
My daughter said they lost the
we
game.
We count on you.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Well, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they had fun, that's all that matters. Oh, let's see here. I'm checking into a shower here, so I may be a little bit distracted. But I'll tell you what. Yeah, we don't need to talk much about the head jackass of the country right now. Democrats got themselves in a real bad bind because I don't know if they really expected that their cheating would work to get him and Kamala in, but I think right now they realize if they get Joe out on the Article 25, that Kamala's going to come in and she's really going to cost them a whole lot. So I don't know what their game plan is or not, but that's sure, yeah, that is an absolute fiasco that they got going on over there in Afghanistan right now. They want us to give up our weapons, yet they allow the Afghani pansies to give all them weapons to the Taliban. Of course, Taliban's going to share with ISIS. So yeah, I heard that was it Iowa senator says, yeah, bring the Afghanis here, but vet them. Like, well, that's nice. Let's go ahead and do that. Just like we need to vet everybody that comes in illegally up at the border. Wouldn't that be a novel idea? So, anyways, yeah, we were on last night, and Moose was texting, seeing if anyone was going to be on the call line. So we went ahead and got on, and yeah, you could tell he's still a little down, but I don't know. I think he getting a little bit more pep in his step. He was razzing me about my $8,000 AstroTurf and griping about this guy griping about a snake being in his lawnmower when he wants to mow. And I don't know why, but when they talk about my AstroTurf in my backyard in New Mexico, somehow the price gets more and more expensive, kind of like fishing. Where first it was $8,000, then it was $10,000, then it's $15,000 and $19,000 and $30,000. Kind of like fishing. When you're talking about the big one that got away was this big, or that big. When it was actually just a little bitty old minnow. Yeah. So yeah, he was in pretty good spirits last night. He had a farrier, I guess that was coming in to take care of the horses. He says he's already got homes for the horses. So yeah, he was in pretty good spirits, and I called him this morning to get him a wake up call, and yeah, he's a little tired, but I think he'll pull through it. So yeah, and the young lady that was talking about them retiring, what was her name, Barbara?
Yes.
Just a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Barbara, congratulations. And oh, by the way, that was me that was complaining about the shoulder. which I've got to say, after 5 months, the pain is not there anymore. It doesn't feel like someone's got a needle jabbing me in the shoulder blade. So I hope that's a good sign. And I did get the shot voluntarily, the Pfizer shot, because as the pro-abortionists would say, my body, my choice, right?
There you go.
But it's funny though, however, that it does not translate to the vaccine. My body, my choice. That doesn't translate. And here they are. They want to charge you $5,000 or imprisonment. Well, I think they've already set a precedent that they let all the prisoners go because they were so concerned about COVID. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to imprison people that don't want to get shot, but yet they're going to put them in jail for not getting shot. What the hell is the logic in that? You know, I think it's just a money-making grab. And if you have to threaten people to take the shot, there must be something else into it other than what President Trump had authorized these vaccine makers to do. So I don't know. Just like this damn election, it's just so opaque. Can't see through it, and it makes you wonder. And then then the other side wonders why. So, but yeah, we're heading to Southern California today. Hopefully, we'll stay out on the road a little bit longer than our previous stint. So other than that, not a whole lot happening. We got an air conditioning problem at the house now, and it's going to cost $500 just to get a replacement unit that's going to be mobile to put inside the house while we wait for the home warranty insurance company to send somebody out, take a look-see, and then decide, yeah, we need to replace this, or maybe we can fix it. I tell you what, I sure hope they can replace it with something that's a little bit bigger that will actually cool the house, all the house, instead of just part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the wife is very upset and hacked off at the bunch. And, with her medical conditions, if the room temperature inside the house is not at 59 or 60, she is absolutely burning up. So, hey, it was mentioned about Always Moving. Maybe if we get her the number to call in after the show. It's been suggested that a lot of folks would like to hear what she has to say, after hours, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So if she calls in, could you pass along the number, or anybody else that wants the number? Maybe if we can get the call room will hold 125 people. I mean, of course, only one person can talk at a time.
Which,
but,
it does get a little difficult. It gets a little congested, like Channel 19 used to be, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, I'd introduced the gentleman to your show, and he's got it down, and he also called in and was chatting on the line Friday night and Saturday morning, and he come up with this little ditty that well, it's not a ditty, it's a little joke. He said, why can't Orientals produce white babies? And I thought about it, and I says, I have no idea. Why can they not produce a white baby? He says, because two Wongs can't make a white. And I thought that was funny. So, anyways, I know it's kind of like horse feathers a while ago, which I was going to say, horse feathers. Kaboom. So he can go ahead and blow me up on my joke, too.
There you go.
Well, senor, you have yourself a good morning. We'll holler at y'all later.
Thank you very much, sir. Tell you what, let me grab Philip. He'll probably be arriving at his destination in short order. Or have you already arrived, Philip?
No, I'm almost to Lake Buena Vista down here right now. How y'all doing?
Doing well. How long is your commute every day, back and forth?
With everything that's right, about an hour and 10 minutes one way.
Wow.
About 114 miles round trip. Yeah, it's a little bit of driving, but you know what? I drove a truck for 25 years. If I say I couldn't handle that, I'm a damn limp. So I can handle it. No big deal. So, hey, Steve, you were talking about Florida and the pandemic. Did you hear about the liquefied oxygen down here that the water treatment facilities use? They were trying to cut back on it so the hospitals can use it.
Have not seen that, no.
Yeah, so there's one of the municipalities down here for Orange County. Well, I should say the water supply part of Orange County. It's called OUC, Orange County Utilities. They have cut back on their consumption of liquefied oxygen. I don't know if you remember or not, when the Delta variant was in India had had lost supply of oxygen over there, liquefied oxygen that they use for treating people for the ventilators and whatnot. And they had a real low supply of it over in India, and it ran out, and we were putting them oxygen over there. Well, the mayors down here in a lot of the cities and the municipalities, a lot of the commissioners and whatnot, they have come up with, they want to cut back on the amount of liquefied oxygen that's used in our water consumption down here, because we use liquefied oxygen in our in purification process of our water.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the counties have cut back on their buying of that stuff, and they're passing it on to consumer, telling them, conserve your water. Do not don't water your grass as much. Do not wash your driveway off. That kind of thing. I don't know if y'all heard about that or not, but I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure that the gas companies that make that product, they're not saying that they have any shortages on it. I mean, have y'all heard anything about that up north?
No, I have not.
Yeah, that just recently came out down here. And Steve, I got to ask you a question about those law enforcement officers. And it's just not. This is not just law enforcement. This is anybody with COVID. Has there been any scientific proof about underlying conditions that people don't know they have that could make, if the COVID comes in there and deals with it, it can make you a lot worse and put you in the hospital or possibly kill you? Is there any scientific proof of that?
I have not seen anything of that nature, to be honest. I mean, all they've said from the beginning is those with underlying conditions are much more likely to get, serious COVID disease.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know we've lost a few of them down here with it. And my question is, and it's any profession, it could be truck driving or anything. I mean, think about the changes in working at night, the changes in stress in your job environment. A lot of different things could cause you to have an underlying condition that you never know about.
Mm-hmm.
And then this comes along and hits that and hooks up with it, and it knocks you down even more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I haven't heard any investigative work into that side of the situation. I mean, there's a lot of people out here that work a lot, and it takes a lot out of you, and it breaks down. I know it's got to break down your immune system. I mean, that was my question as far as that goes. And as far as Jassy Jackson goes, they need to investigate that. I mean, vaccines, just because you vaccine and you're not invincible. You can still spread it to somebody. You can still get it just because you got the vaccine. I mean, there's proof of it right there in Jesse Jackson and his wife. And I don't know. I got mixed feelings about that. And Steve, what'd you think about that storm over the weekend? I tried to call you Friday, but I didn't get a chance to get in there. What'd you think about that one?
Henri,
yeah.
Henri, yeah. Henri's still dumping plenty of rain up there in eastern Pennsylvania, now down in to Maryland. Getting down into horse feathers neck of the woods.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you what. That is proof. If you live on the East Coast or the West Coast, it don't matter where you live. If you live on one of the coasts, you can still get a hurricane. That is proof right there. And everybody's like, well, we'll never go up there because the water's too cold up north. That's a bunch of bull. If nature's going to do it, it's going to do it. You've seen it right there.
Yeah.
That storm turned around, went around Bermuda, and then came back up. Okay, and that was all following low systems and highs and everything. I mean, it was textbook, but the maneuver that it did to get up north, if you followed that track of that storm, was unbelievable. And there's some more coming. That's coming off Africa. There's going to be more. But they also going to be some more down towards Texas and that before it's over with, too, because I know there's a lot of models showing it's going to come across the bottom this time. So just letting everybody know what's going on with that. But that's all I pretty much got today, Steve. You have a good one. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right, have a good morning. Yeah, I'm just refreshed on the radar. Yeah, you're in the rain pretty much from right about all the Binghamton, New York, most of eastern Pennsylvania. Yeah, in the rain from Scranton to Hazleton to Allentown. Things are beginning to wind down toward Harrisburg, but now continuing down through eastern Maryland, northern Delaware. You know, horse feathers probably playing in the rain this morning. All right, another item that I've mentioned several times, but for whatever reason the media does not much want to talk about. I shared the link with the doctor actually testifying before Congress. And we're going back months ago when they were looking for other possible treatments of COVID. And this doctor was, again, testifying before a congressional committee that we have reams and reams of research and studies that are showing ivermectin is a miracle. He said, I don't use the term miracle lightly. It is the proverbial wonder drug in what they have seen in actually even preventing coming down with COVID. I implore you, it's only a 10-minute clip. So it's not going to take your whole day to go watch that and listen to what he had to say. Now, he's not an individual doctor. He is with a group, a large group of physicians and researchers. And he's actually, in the testimony, he's angry at the National Institutes of Health and whatnot for refusing to review that research, to make it be what they call peer-reviewed. He said, we've got, this tons of information, and why? Why will you not even look at it? What's the agenda here? He said, we had, in a nursing sort of atmosphere, we treated 800 with ivermectin. None of them got sick. None. There were 400 that were not treated with ivermectin, of which 58% came down with COVID. 250 some out of the 400 that did not take it. He's pretty much telling them, if you take it, you're not going to get sick. Why will they refuse to even look at it? So you had Fox News, I guess some of the commentators there. Let's see, Hannity, Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, they've all had discussions and interviewed other doctors and whatnot about the effectiveness of ivermectin on their program. And for whatever reason, some people are going out to the farm and garden store, your Tractor Supply or whatever, and purchasing the ivermectin that is formulated for large animals, which leads to the story. You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Duh. That's what the Food and Drug Administration tweeted out over the weekend. alongside of a link to the page on their website, explain why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19. What they're saying is you don't use ivermectin that is designed or formulated for a damn horse or cow. But they make it, the headline makes it sound like, do not use ivermectin. So says the FDA. No, you're supposed to call your family physician. And it's all based on body weight. I mentioned Friday morning, my brother-in-law, who I'm guessing he weighs about the same as me. I'm somewhere 190 to 200 pounds. And the prescription was you take 6 pills on day number 1. You skip a day, you take 6 pills on day number 3. That's like your initial dose. Then 28 days after that, you would take 6 pills. And I believe then you're on the regimen. Those pills individually were only 3 milligrams. So 18 milligrams on day 1, 18 milligrams on day 3, 18 milligrams 28 days later. That's, I guess, pretty much the regimen that many of those people in other countries that, this drug has been FDA approved. It actually won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2015, I believe the doctor said. Why won't you even look at this as a treatment? Our research says it works. But Monroe called his doctor. His doctor obviously was aware of the pros and cons of this. He didn't even hesitate to offer him a prescription for it. Now, there's one question that I would have in my mind. I mean, this testimony that was being given before Congress, I believe, was before the, quote, Delta variant was really sweeping the country. I kind of question whether, obviously, it does wonders with the original strain. Hopefully, they're doing more research now as to whether it's doing the same when it comes to the new strain. But that's about the only question I had left in my mind after listening to that 10-minute clip. And, the chairman of that committee said, mark my word, by the end of the day today, we will have your research or literature downloaded and submitted to the National Institutes of Health. But again, it's already been months ago when that took place. But I digress. We're going to get a quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Tropical storm Henri has weakened into a tropical depression, but is still dumping heavy rains across southern New England. The storm made landfall Sunday afternoon in Rhode Island after weakening from hurricane strength. Henri is forecast to continue dumping rain through Monday night, with 3 to 6 inches expected in Long Island, New England, and parts of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, with isolated totals of 10 to 12 inches possible in northern New Jersey and southern New York. And President Biden addressed the nation on Sunday afternoon to update the country on the situation in Afghanistan. The president reiterated that U.S. troops would remain in the country until all Americans have been evacuated, while also intimating that the August 31st deadline may be extended in order to complete that effort. Biden said that the risk of an attack from ISIS has led U.S. troops on the ground to extend the perimeter around the Kabul airport in an effort to protect those evacuating from the country. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. Charles just sent me this after the conversation there with Philip in Florida. Said they've known this since first of the year. Sent me the story dated January 8 of 2021. Right there, first of the year. From the advisory board. The next big shortage in COVID-19 care, oxygen. That's the headline. Hospitals in areas of California, Texas, and elsewhere are tackling major fault lines in the supply chain and the equipment necessary to deliver oxygen to patients. It's been nuts, absolutely nuts. While oxygen itself isn't in short supply, it's the crush of patients requiring supplemental oxygen as part of the treatment that has stressed the infrastructure for delivering the gas to hospitals and their patients. These stress points include not just weakness in the supply chain, but also within hospital piping and equipment that was never designed to meet this level of demand. Now, in terms of supply chain demand, put pressure on access to the portable cylinders that contain oxygen, the concentrator devices that pull oxygen from the air, nasal cannulas, the tubes needed to give patients oxygen, and even in some cases, the sheer quantity of oxygen hospitals need to deliver. This was a discussion with the general manager of a hospital in El Paso, Texas, a company that clients include several temporary hospitals that were set up to care for patients back then. He said, we were fielding midnight calls as far back as November of 2020. Customers worried about their supplies. When some of the usual supplies fell through, they were hauling oxygen in from Houston, a 10-hour plus drive each way. So that was, again, all the way back in January. So I guess with the surge in cases there in Florida that they're currently contending with, it's kind of led to the same thing. The Orlando mayor, I pulled that up after speaking to Philip. Orlando's Friday afternoon, the mayor and the Orlando Utilities Commission and the marketing officer held a news conference stating due to the continued surge of cases nationally and in the city of Orlando, OUC is experiencing an unprecedented event and needs your assistance. Many patients require liquid oxygen for their treatment, helping them to breathe easier. We've used the same liquid oxygen to treat the water supply for years. The process is called ozonation. Liquid oxygen takes away the contaminants and the sulfur smell. There could be impacts to the water quality if the city does not reduce the amount of water that we have to treat. We're trying to get out ahead of this. The city is limiting watering at parks and ball fields. In another result of what happens when you don't get vaccinated, you become critically ill. Customers have been asked to reduce water use in their home, outside, including lawn sprinkling, car washing, pressure washing. I know our community working together can get through this, he said. Now, I said the city typically gets 10 containers of liquid oxygen per week. That number has been reduced to about half during the shortage. If the COVID cases get worse, we could lead to citywide boil advisories. They've got a link to the actual statement from the mayor there. So, yeah, I guess I hadn't really been hearing much about, I haven't heard anything locally about oxygen supplies being in short supply. But, all right, thanks for the heads up there, Philip. As always, you learned something new. Yes, Horse Feathers, take two.
Thanks for taking me back real quick, Your Honor. Yeah, the other thing about the Meet the Press deal there, you actually brought one back to mind there that I had forgotten about. Andrea Mitchell was on there, and she was talking about how the unvaccinated were going out and buying what was it there? The
ivermectin?
The horse form medicine. Yeah, the ivermectin. And also hydrochloroquine. She also said that, they're going out in masses trying to get hydrochloroquine as well as the ivermectin. And it's like, oh, just, again, trying to scare the people, But anyways, the one thing they did, they had a poll on there and, talking about, the approval and disapproval ratings and everything. And ends up the poll was like probably a week before, maybe 10 days before, so it wasn't current with what's going on in Afghanistan. So they really didn't, they were trying to make it show the results, but you just knew from the date of the poll that it couldn't. But they were showing how it was still pretty much split between party lines, the approval, disapprovals, 46 to 48% for and 48 to 46% against. And the one thing they did show, which kind of surprised me, is they were showing the independents and the swing they've had. They've swung almost 15% approval to disapproval on a lot of the subjects. So I didn't know if you could check on any of the reports there for what the independents are thinking and all that. But I just thought it was kind of interesting there that NBC, the left leaning actually showed the independents, being more on the disapproval, but I guess they're all kind of on the disapproval at this point with the way everything's happening with the White House and the administration and everything. So, anyways, that's all I had going for you there. But that Andrea Mitchell, she's just another winner on that side there. What a way to just tell everybody that you're not doing everything right and not try to get out the correct information. So, anyways, hey, we'll let you get back to the more intelligent callers.
Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Yeah, it's all pretty much a one-way narrative, a one-sided narrative. You can tell part of the story, but you won't tell the rest of the story. Meanwhile, boy, all kinds of stories about people needing workers. Headline number 1, restaurant staff shortages, making employers bid for workers. Even with the huge gains in job openings for restaurants and other service sectors, employers are finding themselves in a bidding war to try and get workers. Yeah, your restaurant neighbor next door might offer $1 more. Then you go back and offer $1 more over that just to retain your people. According to the owner and president of Farm Burger, he tells the Business Insider that this chain started in 2008. And he said they've raised wages 20% to $15 per hour for his staff to try and remain competitive. You got to rework your model a little bit and make sure staff are taken care of, but they are not alone. Obviously, all the chains, McDonald's, Chipotle, Starbucks, hiking wages, trying to get workers on the job. Unemployment aid from the federal government, that extra $300 per week, has been extended in most cases for more than a year now. It's slated to come to an end on September the 6th. So we're getting close, which should push people back into the job market, helping them fill these millions of vacancies. Now, that's headline number 1. In the state of Georgia, they said the lack of nurses right now. COVID has turned Georgia's chronic nursing shortage into a full-fledged crisis, which could be felt for years to come, as the exhausted staff bear the crushing 4th wave of COVID from the Delta variant. Many nurses with long experience are quitting, moving to calmer jobs, or barely hanging on. In a state that already had one of the nation's lowest ratios of nurses to population, job postings for nurses jumped by double-digit percentages in each of its regions last year, then jumped again. As of this past week, 11,000 nursing positions in the state are vacant. More than 1,700 of those are in intensive care units. Wow. 43% of nurses nationwide are considering leaving healthcare. As the cases soar, hospitals and staff again describe treating patients in meeting rooms, hallways, any space available. They go through specifically some of the hospitals, but when replacement nurses can be found, they're oftentimes just new graduates or temps from other states or other countries like the Philippines. as desperate hospitals are paying top dollar to some of these staffing companies that are scouring the globe for nurses. All right, about 9 before the hour, we will get a quick 2-minute timeout. And several lines available here. Want to jump in here on a Monday. Monday, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what else in the mix? Oh, yeah, we need nurses, we need restaurant workers. Hey, we need bus drivers. Anybody want to drive a bus? Reports of school districts offering $4,000 sign-on bonuses, inviting people to test drive the big yellow school buses. There's one district in Montana trying to entice people to take the job because schools are struggling to get the kids back to in-person classes. There's a Delaware school district that's offering to pay parents $700 to take care of their own transportation. Wow, just, here's $700. This will cover the cost of fuel and whatnot to bring your kid to school. There is a Pittsburgh district that delayed the start of classes and said hundreds more children would have to walk to school. All over the country, offering hiring bonuses, providing the training needed to get the commercial driver's license, increasing the hourly pay to attract more drivers. Of course, the bus drivers, the shortage is complicating the start of school, already besieged by the Delta variant. There's a lot of disagreement about mask requirements, the challenge of catching up on all the ground that was lost last year with so many kids having to learn from home. The sad thing about that is, if it happened in this town, I'm sure it happened in towns all over the country. These learning from home. You give the child the laptop or whatever, and you give them the schedule to log in at 8:30 in the morning. I mean, there are literally hundreds of thousands of students that never logged in, not once, never logged in to do any of the learn from home. And they're so far behind now. I saw the numbers out of Chicago. There's an astronomical number of students, they say, when they do go back to classes, that probably won't show up. It won't be returning to school because they're so far behind. That's kind of sad. Morning, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
There you go, horse feathers. I happen to be the next caller after you say a more intelligent caller. So I'll take it. Oh, I just, going back to what you were saying earlier. Yeah, it just, nothing is be prepared. You know, it's always get sick, stay home, and then when you get too sick, call for an ambulance, I guess. I was at MUSC in South Carolina Medical Hospital. They told my son told me, yeah, they opened the COVID ward again. They had it closed, and they say it's filling up pretty good. They were apologizing for the slow reaction for the nurses. They said that they were very understaffed, and that I understand they were to be a nurse in that hospital is very profitable. You know, you'll make a living wage working there. By the way, that's down in Charleston, South Carolina. The thing that gets me is just like I've been saying in the past. You know, why don't we have this chloroquine? I don't know if how long it lasts in the free. You know, does it is it something you have to keep in the refrigerator? Does it have a lifespan? The other stuff that you're talking about, dog warmer. I mean, does it have this stuff should be in our first aid kit. My wife and I did pick up, it's sort of like, it's called electrolyte, but anybody can get it. It would be like Pedialyte.
Yeah.
For dehydration. So there's things you can have to be prepared, and get ready for this stuff. But I'm just a trucker here. You know what I mean? I'm not a doctor. Of course, the guys that's got the big educations and Fauci likes to say, oh, well, we know it all. We know it. You don't know nothing. Don't talk to me about it. You ain't got a clue what I'm talking about. We're the same guys that were playing with bat poop. So I know it's a small thing, but it's a big thing. It just why not tell us to be prepared? It ain't going to hurt nothing. And above all, I believe get that pneumonia shot. If it's something that's attacking the lungs on everybody, do the best to strengthen your lungs. Of course, talk to your doctor. Don't listen to a truck driver for medical advice. But good Lord, be prepared. Get ready. The storm's coming. Board up the daggum windows instead of what they're telling us. Go out and buy insurance. Well, some people that don't have insurance, and some people that do have insurance, the house looks like the house might get tore up one way or the other. But the insurance isn't going to keep you from getting tore up by the storm. So it's just little common sense. It prayers for horse feathers, and now he knows what we go through down here in these hurricanes. And it's been a wonderful show. I appreciate all the prayers. My son's doing really well. He's in extreme pain. They had to amputate his ring finger. May have to amputate the middle finger. He was trimming a tree after hours for the mayor in the little town, and he hollered down, said, "You're getting too close to the power lines." They said, "Well, cut it there." He cut it. He said the next thing he know, all he could he was trying to breathe, trying to see, trying to focus on something in the bucket. His shirt, his bright vest was scattered. We shattered all through the bucket. It's like it exploded. His left hand, his chest, his back, his side, down his groin, and his right hand were burnt severely, second and third degree burns. They're watching him real close. All his vitals are good. Mentally now he's having a hard time with the loss of his finger, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I went out and got him a left-handed guitar to try to encourage him. He still can play he can still play a guitar. It's just it's amazing to watch the nurses work. It's very painful for him to open and close his hands. But the nurse, when we walked in, I think the nurse prepared my wife and I. She says, "I know it's going to look bad to you, but she says he's a miracle. Nobody they know have survived an electrocution like this." So we got a lot to say. Just praise God for keeping our son for us.
So all that juice literally went through his body, and like what he's got his second, third degree burns on through his arms and whatnot, but it didn't stop his heart.
No, it didn't. It's just a miracle. It is just a miracle. It took a while for him to get down. They got him out of the bucket and laid him on the ground, and he says the only thing he remembers is a man come out of nowhere and got on his knees and prayed for him. And next thing you know, it's sort of like bits and pieces. The ambulance came and they flew, and then the helicopter, and then that was it. And then it was a painful ordeal. But
wow,
yeah, the nurse said it's an absolute miracle that happened, and God sent somebody there to pray right away. So, y'all that don't have faith, I don't know how you get through this life, and I appreciate y'all though. But just want to thank God and thank you all for praying, whoever prayed for it, and those that are giving him best wishes that don't believe. I appreciate that too. But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip.
Thank you so much.
Over.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Over. Have a great morning. All right, we get our top of the hour news update here. And we've got a full hour yet to fill. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Pentagon has activated the Civil Reserve Air Fleet to assist with evacuations out of Afghanistan. 6 airlines will provide a total of 18 aircraft that will be used to move U.S. citizens, holders of special immigrant visas, and at-risk Afghans out of the country. The Pentagon says the commercial aircraft will shuttle evacuees to temporary staging bases in nearby countries instead of flying into Kabul. More than 150 military cargo planes are being used to airlift people from the Afghan capital. The Department of Defense said Saturday that about 17,000 people had been evacuated since the operation began. And at least 21 people are dead in severe flooding in Middle Tennessee. The Humphreys County Emergency Management Agency says another 45 people are still missing after the flooding swept through the area on Saturday following record-setting rains. 12 people were confirmed dead in the county seat of Waverly. Officials say that search and rescue operations are still underway in the communities about 50 miles west of Nashville. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The Giza Dream Sheets are the perfect companion to a MyPillow, the best thing you'll ever put on your bed. Call 1-800-951-8175. Ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special you get, by the way, by using my promo code USA. You can go online also to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special. You can save up to 66% on anything in the MyPillow website. Check it out, MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
As thousands try to escape Afghanistan, many are criticizing the White House for its seeming lack of planning for evacuations. Tim Berg has more.
In the aftermath of the Taliban's swift takeover of Afghanistan, thousands of desperate Afghans are trying to evacuate the country. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott joins Fox News to criticize President Biden's evacuation strategy for Americans and Afghans still trying to escape the Taliban rule.
Biden has no plan. I mean, how could you do what he did? To leave equipment and bases and just leave Americans behind and our allies behind.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers launched the 500th home run of his career on Sunday against the Toronto Blue Jays. The 38-year-old veteran took Steven Matt's yard to right center field inside Toronto's Rogers Center to become the 28th player in MLB history to have hit at least 500 home runs. This is USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair has harshly criticized the Biden administration's pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. In an online article, Blair called the withdrawal tragic, dangerous, and unnecessary, adding that the decision was made in obedience to an imbecilic political slogan about ending the forever wars. Blair's voice adding to the criticism from American allies over the decision to pull out and the subsequent Taliban takeover of the country. Former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe says that the current chaos in Afghanistan is damaging America's reputation with its international partners. He tells Fox News that the U.S.'s enemies are happy about the results of the White House's policy.
For our allies, it's as harmful and hurtful as it is for Americans to watch this because they stood by us. Some of the harshest criticism has come from our allies. British Parliament members said that what Joe Biden did was cowardly and shameful, and Angela Merkel's likely successor as chancellor said this was the biggest debacle since NATO had been formed. So these are our friends saying this. Now, as for our adversaries, they're not saying much because they're pretty happy about this. This is like Christmas in August for the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians, who will, again, get to go down a list of our very best military technology and weaponry and take what they want. And, of course, it's a huge propaganda win. They'll use the fact that America lost in Afghanistan under Joe Biden, and they'll use that to their advantage.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour here on a Monday. Get the new week underway and just like that. 1 weekend left in the month of August. We realize that next week we'll be rolling into the month of September. Yeah, then you start thinking about the waning days of summer. Meanwhile, out west, boy, the smoke from the wildfires choking people all the way over to the East Coast. Yeah, flames wiping out a gold rush era town. Ash covers an area that would dwarf Rhode Island, they tell us. Images of homes engulfed in flames, mountains glowing like lava. Pretty easy to conclude the Golden State is a charred black landscape. That's not the case, but the reality is the worst may be yet to come, they say. California's already surpassed the acreage burned at this point last year, which ended up setting the record, by the way. Yeah, they're now entering a period where you begin to have powerful winds that have often driven the deadliest blazes. Here we are. It's not the end of August. And the size and distribution of destruction this year, not boding well for the coming months. And, of course, the suggestion of patterns across the last 20 years out west, pretty unsettling. More fires. Firefighters are witnessing extreme fire behavior as embers apparently carried miles by winds are igniting vegetation ripe for burning in the rugged landscape where it's hard to attack or build a perimeter. Fires that in the past would cool down at night are sometimes actually surging miles in the dark. Yeah, right now it's the Dixie Fire, the largest currently burning, second largest on record. Yeah, wiped out that historic town of Greenville. Continues to threaten thousands of homes about 175 miles northeast of San Francisco. Gusty winds, low humidity led to the closure Friday of the major highway in the area linking Sacramento and Lake Tahoe. That would also create dangerous conditions over the weekend. John Hawkins, a retired fire chief for the state and now wildland fire consultant, said he hasn't seen such explosive fire behavior in 58 fire seasons. The Hallow Fire of 1961 was one of a kind in his day. As we draw comparisons looking at today, it's not one of a kind, it's one after another. Similar rapid growth of the Caldor Fire right now. They've got some time-lapse video that shows the massive plume growing above thick forest. Yeah, it wasn't a slow deal. And you look at some of these develop, how fast they're sweeping across acres and acres. I guess really what you get now is some of the wind events, the windy season. And they always talk about the Santa Ana winds and some of the others out in that part of the country. Hey, what's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. I'm joining you on a Monday morning. I don't normally do that.
That's right. Yeah. What's got you out there tonight? Somebody calling sick?
I'm not out there. I just got a lot of sleep this weekend, and I can't sleep tonight, so I thought I'd catch a show.
Well, good to have you with us.
I was looking on the website and the Steve Sommers overnight drive site, and noticed the numbers of podcasts. If you added up your shows, you're up to 160 now. You'll be at 250 the last week of the year. You'll hit the 250 mark before the first of the year.
Oh, boy.
Last week you'll hit 250. I didn't know if you realized that or not.
Well, I mean,
coming right along.
Makes sense. It's 52 weeks in a year, and we started on January the 11th, I believe, was the first show. So that sounds right.
Yeah. It don't seem like it's been that long, does it?
Yeah.
I finally got my order of overnight drive merchandise in, and I've got a suggestion on that. On the shirts, I know they probably don't get a whole lot of requests for it, but on them larger sizes, they might want to try to get some, instead of like 3XL fit, but the XLT, the XL I don't get a little fatter than I used to be, and kind of tall, so it don't completely cover that stomach like it needs to, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
The XLTs would fit a little better, but other than that, everything was great. The stickers, the mug, all that.
So I guess an XLT would be that stands for for tall, for the big and tall guys.
Tall, yeah. They're a little longer than regular T-shirts. They're like 4 to 6 inches longer.
Okay.
Which helps. But that'd be the only suggestion there. I just wanted to check in this morning. It's about 75 degrees with 88% humidity here, so it's sticky outside. But I know I got my headset. I didn't get one of the more expensive ones of them, but I got a headset in, and everybody said over the weekend that it done. I sounded a lot better, so I'm just on speakerphone right now. But tonight I'll be back on the headset. So
okay.
Maybe I get rid of some of that noise and echo and all that out of it.
Yep.
I was gonna just touch base and let you mention that about the deal. Did you see the deal I posted on the fan page about that deal from the rodeo in Cody, Wyoming? That joke?
I don't think I saw that.
That's on the fan page there. You know how the clown's always doing the joke during the rodeo?
Yeah.
He's talking about the three surgeons. They were bragging about the surgery they done. That last surgeon said he come up on a wreck and the guy went through the windshield and all that, and his head was busted wide open and all that, and he jumped out there and sewed him back together in 2 hours, just raking all the, brain and cow manure and everything else he could find out there in the pasture back into his head. And they all bragging about the surgery they done, what the people went on to do. And he said that guy went on to become president of the United States.
Yeah, I think I might have seen that one before at some point. Yeah, that was funny. That was good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. But I'll back out here, and it was good to hear from Big Moose, the other day and all that. That sounds like he may be back with us before too long, and we all need to keep him in our prayers and all that. And is it Horse Feathers that's got the son that he's talking about a while ago that got burnt?
Chevy guy. That was Chevy guy.
Chevy guy. Need to keep his son in our prayers too.
Yes, no doubt.
No doubt. But yeah, I'm back out here and copy the mail, and I may even join the 6th, 7th, 8 hours,
Well, like I mentioned in the first hour, I probably won't be on the post show this morning because I got my 10:45 appointment to get that tooth cut out this morning. Yeehaw.
Keep you in a prayers too then for that tooth. I know that don't usually go for, it's kind of painful. I know it's kind of painful. So
yeah, I mentioned, I've had a number of extractions in my life, but they've always just be able to get a hold of it, like with pliers or whatever, and they pull it out. In this, I've never had one cut out, so I mean, my dentist makes it sound like
I've had several pulled, but never one cut out.
Yeah,
so I can imagine.
I think they're going to have to cut along along where each root. It's a 3-pronger. What more can you ask for? All right, what am I looking at? About 19 past the hour. Get a quick time out here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Let me see here. A couple other tidbits from our industry headlines. Friends at CDL Life over the weekend. An Illinois resident facing multiple charges after a reportedly opening fire on a semi-trailer. Road rage. It's happening all too often. 56-year-old Bradley Skoog facing multiple charges, 2 counts of endangering safety, reckless use of a firearm, 2 counts first-degree recklessly endangering safety, a charge for a concealed carry violation, 2 counts of criminal damage to property using a firearm, 2 counts disorderly conduct with a dangerous weapon. Police received a call from a truck driver who said that a motorist had opened fire on his vehicle while traveling west. No injuries reported ultimately, but police were able to pull over the motorist. He admitted to a road rage incident between he and the semi-driver that resulted in his discharging a pistol from his moving vehicle toward the semi-trailer. Police did locate 3 bullet holes inside the trailer, 4 expired shell casings, consistent with the casing location in the suspect vehicle, and the same caliber that was in Skoog's vehicle. Looks like he's got a preliminary hearing coming up on August 27th, coming up this Friday. All right, who's next up here? I believe that would be JD, if the call screener understood correctly. Hello, JD.
Yeah, morning, Steve. First time caller, buddy. Been listening for about 25 years or so. And I heard Chippy guy talking about his son getting electrocuted. I've been done that way myself. And it blowed holes in the bottom of my feet, probably size of quarters. And as I let him know, you can get over it.
So now, were you struck by lightning, or was it similar to like a power line?
It's a power line. I put an antenna up.
Really?
I got it into the power line.
Ah, wow.
Yeah. I didn't lose no fingers or anything like that, but in 1990 I cut the toes off with a lawnmower. I know how that is too. I've had a pretty bad life, Steve.
So when you got zapped, did you know what hit you, or did you just go blank, or?
Oh, I just went out like a light. Last thing I know was my dad was picking me up off the ground and carrying me to the house.
Wow.
I was I don't know, about 15 years old. Yeah. I let Chevy guy down with his son's in our prayers, but they can get over stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured I ought to call in. I've been listening for a long time. I never first time calling.
Well, geez, 25 years, JD, for crying out loud. I've got to ask, are you a Hot Shot Secret user?
You better believe it. You better believe it. I won in your last, well, not the last contest, but the contest before. I won some, and I purchased it too. Yeah, we use a lot of them. I use a lot of FR3 and stuff.
Well, we're going to get you a code for some more, $60 coupon code. How's that sound?
That sounds great. That sounds great. That was about all I had this evening. I just wanted to let Chevy guy know that.
All right. Well, thank you so much for checking in, JD. Be safe out there and keep supporting Hot Shot Secret. All right. I guess somebody sent me a link to some of the video out of Coleman, Alabama there Saturday night. Yeah, they weren't kidding. Acres, massive crowd on hand for the Trump rally there. Wow. Yeah, very reminiscent of what we saw back in 2020, prior to the election. Remember those days? Hey, let's see what's happening with Eagle this morning. Yes, Eagle, what you got this time?
Yeah, I want to talk about the virus this time, since I focused on the Afghanistan situation. First call out. Yeah, I want to talk about this virus deal. Yeah, as you know, Steve, the virus is out of control down south in Texas, in Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. But it's not no surprise to me, because if you look at where these people are being shipped to that's coming across the border, Steve, these Democrats, they know exactly what they're doing, Steve. How come these other places like Ohio, Michigan, up north where you at, I know you guys had a coronavirus, but you don't have a surge going on like we do down here in Texas, because they're not shipping, as far as I know, you might know a little bit better, but as far as I know, they're not shipping all these illegals up to Ohio and Michigan. And there's a big coincidence. That's not no coincidence, Steve, that all these that the governor of Texas and the governor of Florida are having all kind of problems with the Biden administration, arguing with these losers about this virus deal. And I really believe that it's because of all these people that they shipping into the state of Texas, and now they got school kids coming down with this stuff. They putting these kids from other countries, these illegal kids in the room with these classroom with these other, and they're not getting American kids sick. Like I say, Joe Biden, man, like I told you, Steve, it's not the guy. They need to get the 25th Amendment on this guy. This guy is nothing but a one-man wrecking crew for the United States since he's been in the White House. And, he's bad enough he got the southern border open. And it's just a matter of time, Steve. We've gone over this before. You talked earlier about those MS-21s or 31, whatever the hell their number is, coming into the U.S. And it's just a matter of time before one of them boys from the Taliban get into the U.S. It's coming up on the 20th anniversary for the 9/11. And you can bet your last dollar. That the Taliban would love for something bad to happen in the United States in the next couple of weeks before September 11th. I promise you that they got that on their mind. And like I say, this guy Biden, man, I've never seen a guy like him, Steve. We have the strongest military in the world, Steve. We have weapons that are unheard of. Donald Trump talked about it when he was in the White House, and this man hasn't talked about using no military action whatsoever. All he's done is send an extra 5,000 or 6,000 troops over there to be babysitters to escort these people in and out of this airport. And something, Steve, I don't know if you heard. Did you hear that other countries like Germany and I think Great Britain, they were going out into Afghanistan and getting their people and bringing them back to the airport? Joe Biden has provided no protection whatsoever to go out and get these people that can't get to the airport, to get them safely to this place so they can get on this plane and get out of town. Like I told you, Steve, this is a bad situation. This guy here is a complete and utter embarrassment. And how anybody can support this man any longer, it makes no sense whatsoever. This guy, when you step into the White House, Steve, you take a oath that you are supposed to protect the American people, and I don't think allowing people in the country with a deadly virus, and I don't think letting the Taliban run wild and just basically take over the country again, knowing that Al Qaeda and all these other. I don't think that's protecting the American people. And like I say, whether it's Kamala or not, I don't. At this point, Steve, I could care less. You know, a lot of people saying, well, she's the worst of the two. If you get rid of Biden, then you stuck with her. Well, I'm willing to give anybody a shot right now. We already know what Joe Biden can do. Let's see what she can do. At least we get a different face in charge. And we'll see if she don't get the job done, we'll move her out too. But we can't continue to let this guy continue to be in the White House at this point. He's taking it a little bit too far. And then when he refuses to answer questions, like I told you on Thursday night, Steve, you got people's families in danger. This guy here is going on vacation, refusing to take questions. People need answers. They need to find out when their family is going home, not when this guy decides to go on a vacation to Delaware. So it's obvious that the guy doesn't care about the United States, and he's basically sold out. I told you that before he got in the White House. He was bought and paid for by Chinese government, and like I told you in my first call, when China invades Taiwan, I already know what Joe Biden's gonna do, and that's absolutely nothing. The same thing he did in Afghanistan. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. Happy Monday. Be safe out there. And we get a news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden addressed the nation Sunday afternoon to update the country on the situation in Afghanistan. The president reiterated that U.S. troops would remain in the country until all Americans are evacuated, while also intimating that the August 31st deadline may be extended in order to complete that effort. Biden also again defended his decision to withdraw U.S. forces from Afghanistan, saying that he didn't see continuing the 20-year-old war as being in the country's best interests.
But the bottom line is this, folks. Look, at the end of the day, if we didn't leave Afghanistan now, when do we leave? Another 10 years? Another 5 years? Another year? I'm not about to send your son or your daughter to fight in Afghanistan. I don't see where that is in our overwhelming interest.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Where'd we leave off? Oh, yeah, it's 844-844-3388. Couple of other industry headlines. Where'd we leave off there? A semi-truck plowing through the side of a bank Thursday morning. Just missing an ATM repairman, sending the driver to the hospital. Bernie, California. The guy's working on the ATM inside the U.S. Bank. When the rig hit the corner of the building, tore down the wall, came to a stop just inches from where he was standing. It's like, hello. Standing at the back of the ATM while working on it, and I heard rumble, and then everything just kind of exploded. It moved me back a couple feet, but everything else collapsed around, and I was in a little 2-foot circle, but nothing happened. Amazingly uninjured. Truck driver was a different story. He was airlifted to a nearby hospital, serious cut to the head, current condition unknown. Highway Patrol said the truck was moving at a mere 20 to 25 miles per hour when it struck the building. Higher speeds would have made the situation a whole lot worse. All right, they do not believe drugs or alcohol were factors in the crash. And a truck driver's reckless driving caught on camera in Oklahoma last week. Police say the erratic behavior can be attributed to methamphetamine. They didn't release the information until Thursday, but according to Oklahoma News 4, a motorist was driving along the Turner Turnpike when he encountered a semi swerving, running other trucks off the road, straddling the lines. Motorists contacted police, began filming the erratic behavior. Video begins somewhere near Tulsa and ends in Stroud, a full 45 minutes worth of dangerous driving. He says, this is something I've never seen in my life. Pull this a-hole over. I'm tired of this. So he followed him for 45 45 minutes. The truck driver, Gilberto Ortiz, can be seen weaving between lanes, straddling lanes. What the hell is this? It started in Tulsa. He's trying to run people off the road. He almost hit 3 other trucks. Police attempted to pull the trucker over, but the driver refused to stop, so stop sticks were deployed. When the rig was finally forced to come to a stop, officers approached the truck with their guns drawn, fortunately able to take him into custody without further incident. The trooper says he had multiple chances to stop his vehicle in a safe manner, but refused to do so. This could have been a whole lot worse, no doubt. Let's see here. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. He must have been driving for CRST, caution real stupid trucker, right?
Right.
Shoot, I don't. Yeah, my boy, they out here every day proving that. I read an article over the weekend. I didn't get to read all of it there, but the court ordered the Arizona Senate that they can't keep the audit records under wrap. Why would you want to keep the audit records under wrap? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. You need to know the truth. What did they find? I don't know. So I don't even know why they'd want to keep it under wraps unless they found something they didn't want anybody to know about there.
Yeah, right. No doubt.
Yeah, old Jesse Jackson there, he shouldn't have been protesting up there in Washington, D.C. I think he was up there last month over trying to do away with the filibuster there so they could get some of their voting rights changed there. He come down with the COVID and so did his wife. So he should have just stayed at home. You'd have been a lot better off there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That woman, they wouldn't let run in the Olympics because she failed a drug test. Well, she got back out there on the track, Steve, and she can't run unless she's smoking that marijuana or left-handed cigarettes there. She come in last place.
Really?
So I think that's pretty funny. Yep, last place. And then thing ticks me off there. They're out there on the Western Plains out there. They're rounding them Mustangs up out there because of the drought. Leave them horses alone. If you're going to do anything, put a bucket and some water out there for them instead of rounding them up there. Got another dumbass there. He went over there to Scotland over there where they got that Loch Ness monster. He left a bad review. He said, I stood out there for hours and that damn thing didn't show up. What they gonna do? Put a floaty out there for him so he'll have something to take a picture and tell all his friends. I seen that monster. And old John Travolta, he was complaining about losing roles to Tom Hanks and other actors there. And he's kind of like Barbara Streisand to me. Could it be because you can't act? So I'll leave all that. And this is the line from that song, the last line from the song, The Monkey That Became President. Says, the dream I had last night has been related as it came. As for interpretation, well, it's really very plain. Would you rather have a monkey up in Washington, D.C., or have these people making monkeys out of you and me? So, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret. Don't forget to put the overnight drive code there in the checkout box. You can get your 10 to 20% discount. Buy some of that Steve Sommers overnight drive product too. Baseball cap, t-shirt, travel mug. And that's all of my baloney for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great morning.
Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Thanks for checking in. All right, we got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. I guess that would be somewhat breaking news out of Kabul. Afghan security forces stationed at the Kabul airport this morning engaging in a firefight with unknown attackers. resulting in the death of one Afghan officer, according to the German military. The reported shooting underscores the dangers international troops and fleeing Afghans continue to face in the city now controlled by the Taliban. The German military said in a tweet that one Afghan security officer was killed, 3 others wounded in the early morning incident. Citing the Germans, the Associated Press said that U.S. and German forces also got involved. No injuries to German soldiers. The U.S. Defense Department did not immediately respond to an after-hours email from Fox News. UK official tells Reuters he's aware of these reports, but his troops were not involved. Obviously, Kabul's airport, one of the only routes out of the country. Now 7 days of chaos. Thousands pouring onto the tarmac last week as we witnessed several Afghans plunging to their deaths, clinging to the military planes taken off. Some of the 7 that were killed on August the 16th. Now, the Taliban, who are manning the outside perimeters of the airport, until now, have not opened fire on NATO or Afghan troops in the airport. I don't know if that means things are changing with each passing hour. The other report over the weekend, which I'm sure this is what prompted the advisory to go out to Americans to not try to make their way to the airport. Americans have been beaten in Afghanistan, according to a military official over the weekend, a day after he said the military is aware of reports that Americans were beaten by Taliban terrorists. Press Secretary John Kirby said, yes, we know of a small number of cases where some Americans have been harassed, some have been beaten. We don't believe it's a very large number. Most Americans who have their credentials with them are being allowed through the Taliban checkpoints. But that admission, as the U.S. Embassy warned Americans against traveling to the airport in Kabul. We are openly working with the Taliban to facilitate the evacuation. The Taliban militants control all of the ground around the exterior of the airport. President Biden said that the United States is in constant communication with the Taliban. Of course, the Taliban is designated as a terrorist group by a number of countries. We have, for the most part, chosen not to conduct operations outside the airport, which essentially is leaving Americans and Afghans to fend for themselves until they can reach the facility. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin told members of Congress in a call Friday that violence against Americans is unacceptable. The U.S. commanders have conveyed that same message to Taliban commanders. We've been in touch with the Taliban for quite some time. I think over the course of the last week, we've certainly made our concerns known. Word maybe had not filtered down from Taliban leadership to every individual militant. What appears to be happening is not every fighter either got the word or decided to obey the word. That revelation is a growing number of Republicans are calling for more decisive action from the Biden administration. Instead of going out there and making the Taliban our hostages right now, America's on day 7, day 8 of an Afghanistan hostage crisis for us. Representative Brian Mast is a military veteran, says, until we flip that scenario back to where it was prior to this, we can't safely get our people out. We've essentially got thousands of American lives behind enemy lines. The Taliban is beating Americans, but Biden is still relying on and trusting them. He is incompetent, unhinged, incoherent, and unfit, was the words of Senator Rick Scott. All right, about 10 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess some of the other developments over the weekend early on. Threats against Americans in Afghanistan. It pretty much forced the military to develop new ways to get evacuees to the airport. According to the U.S. officials on Saturday, this just adds another complication to the already chaotic efforts. The official said that small groups of Americans and maybe other civilians are being given specific instructions on what to do, including arriving at transit points where they can be gathered up by the military. Now, this is the U.S. Embassy issued a new security warning Saturday telling, again, citizens not to travel to the airport without individual instructions from U.S. government representatives. Did not provide more specifics about the threat or what is the threat, but they described it as significant. No confirmed attacks yet. Time is running out for Joe Biden's August 31st deadline. Obviously, he's facing growing criticism, videos depicting all the pandemonium, occasional violence outside the airport. You know, ISIS is back, right? The Islamic State group, which has long declared a desire to attack America and U.S. interests around the world, have been active in Afghanistan for a number of years. They've carried out waves of horrific attacks, mostly on the Shiite minority rather. They have constantly been targeted by U.S. airstrikes, as well as Taliban attacks. But now apparently fragments of the group are still active, and the U.S. is now concerned about their reconstituting in a larger way as the country comes under divisive Taliban rule. Things are going backwards in a hurry. And we kind of knew that would be the case. They're not specifying what the threats are, but I could all but guarantee at some point they're going to start probably rounding up and holding some of these Americans as hostages. Bargaining chips, if you know what I mean. All right, we'll close it out there here on a Monday. All right, let's just keep our fingers crossed everything goes well at the oral surgeon's office later this morning. And I'll be back here live at the midnight hour tonight. Like I said, let's hope it all works out that way. And we'll see you there. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I